Well, hello out there in YouTube land. Welcome to the Moon Show. And we have Tommy here. Good morning, Tommy. How are you?
Hello. Thank you, Pavel. The red bastard strikes again, I guess.
The red bastard. We love the red bastard. And how have things been, Tommy? Just a quick.
Very good. Everything's been great with me. Doc will be here momentarily. He just texted me. We have a video here that we could play in the meantime while we wait. This is to get us in the mood.
Diamonds are forever.
You're supposed to keep that in private, Angela. Come on.
Oh, shit. Okay. Let's have a look at this video. I have no idea what this is, but that means nothing. And let's have a look. Okay, I'm going to play. Tell me if you can hear Tommy.
Yep. I hear it.
Turns out to be a lie. Everything they say turns out to be a lie.
It may have started with the Easter Bunny or St. Nicholas. Even more ridiculous, a tooth fairy. From there we're forced to recite the pledge. Hail Mary, one nation under God. Why us? Don't question, son, you're burning hell. Pay attention to the lies that we're told to tell. Teacher teaches us Columbus was a hero. He stole lands, he stole lives of so-called Indians. From the Tainos to the Africans. Respect Thomas Jefferson, he molested Sally Hemings. And now they say Reagan was a great man. The godfather of crack babies. Denying of the AIDS plague. I ran fast as I could to the library to find out they trace the books I read. These lies got me surrounded. There's a war on truth. Ain't it on me? It started with that first lies too. Lies, it's all lies. Everything they say. Lies, they keep telling lies. We hear them every day. Do you think that we don't know that you're up to no good when you're telling lies? They say milk is a body good. How so? It causes disease. Don't trust me? Read about BGH and RGF1. The dairy industry has us drinking poison. Got milk? Better yet, how about? Got cancer? Got a sick prostate? And you're looking for answers, and why we trust the FDA to protect us. These mad cows are milking us all the way to the bank. From cell phones to pharmaceuticals. Children force vaccinations that carry plague and chemicals. Corporate thugs push drugs like evangelists push miracles. Monsanto, Bayer, Procter & Gamble. Fluoride in our water supply has got us all cockeyed, but still they lie, telling us it's for our own good. First Jews in Nazi prison camps, now it's in our hoods. Lie. It's all lies, everything they say. Lies, they keep telling lies, we hear them every day. Do you think that we don't know that you're up to no good when you're telling lies? From Fox News to the New York Post, and all these lying neocon right-wing news show hosts. Bill O'Reilly makes me nauseous. Hannity and Combs are drones for these greedy corporate monsters. Feeding lies to the public, they love it with puppets, intimidated and controlled by color codes where lie becomes truth and truth becomes myth. Lost in the Rupert Murdoch and Clear Channel abyss. If you don't agree with Bush and you're unpatriotic, even if you've never known a man this psychotic in control of the so-called free and the brave, we become timid and afraid, eager to become slaves. The Patriot Act is good for the people. It's like saying the Bush regime will protect us from evil. How many lies can they tell in just 4 years? I say the worst is yet to come, so it's time to prepare. Lies, it's all lies, everything they say. Lies, they keep telling lies, we hear them every day. Do you think that we don't know that you're up to no good when you're telling lies? We saw the towers fall to ashes like they were laced with bombs. Are you sure only 2 planes did that harm? You told us Flight 77 hit the Pentagon. But there's no photos of parts, man. Plus the science is wrong. You let it happen like FDR did Pearl Harbor so you could profit from war. Sorta like your father taking lives and oil in the name of freedom. Our innocent are either tortured, left homeless, or bleeding. Just to America is what they scream while you preach freedom and the American dream. Troops dying, mothers crying, still trying to cope while you're denying that the dangers from Iraq was a hoax. You're not a man of the people, just a product of evil. Greed, power, and God, a combination that's lethal. So deceitful is criminal, but soon the truth will rise. Lies.
Everything they said turns out to be a lie. Everything they said turns out to be a lie. I wonder why.
Hey, Doc, great to see you.
Good to see you as well. Excellent choice, my man Angelic. How are you? That was an excellent musical choice from, was that from the Loose Change soundtrack?
Yes, it was.
Loose change. Yes.
That's where I
Very
got
good.
that.
When I was a lonely conspiracy theorist on my own, I remember loose change.
Yeah. Well, you know, they were one of the more popular discussing the topic because of the fact that they had, you know, a nice hip hop soundtrack with it. And it really makes a difference if you look at like the original, because I don't remember which edition had the soundtrack, but when you look at the initial Loose Strange that came out, the music wasn't quite as good, so the documentary wasn't quite as good. You know what I mean?
True.
It was pretty good at the time. At the time, it was really good because it was. I don't know his name, but he'd taken the time to put it all together in one video. We've got a couple of super chats. I'll just get through and say hello to the chat. Hi, Embark. Whoops, sorry. Embark £4.99. It's late in the UK, so we'll watch on replay. I had to super chat CIA. Miss him on panel. I miss him as Archieverse CEO.
All right, Angelic, that'll do.
Come back, CIA. Your chances now. Him and Angelic together, Treehouse was hilarious. You know what? There's a good chance there will be a Treehouse. Even if I'm in it on my own, I think I'll be there very shortly. Thank you, Embark.
Thank you, Embark. Very kind.
Can I interject really quickly and ask Tommy, can you send me the link to the YouTube address for this broadcast? A few friends of mine wanted to watch as well.
Oh God.
So if
pressure, Angelic, pressure.
Oh, he's bought friends. This is
I
a real
brought-
gig.
I'm bringing an audience with me. Yeah.
Oh, God.
Well, we might get.
I'll get it. I'll text it to you.
Embark and one more super chat from Embark, £4.99. Have a great show, all. Thank you for your support, Embark. And let's say hello to everyone that's here. We got in here. I'm gonna do what Lux does and just ignore the people that I don't want to meet. You just skip over them. He's just like, it's like, hi Damasco, hi Tiktology. GMT, hey man, hey, and where's Narc? And then you get there, and then you go down. Oh, that's right. Hi, Mike the Snake. Oh, and then you go. This is Lux. Hi, Mike the Snake. Hi, Ross. Love you, man. And then Pavel, disaster, and then skip that next one, and then hi, Eric Hill, and he's sitting in the chat going, well. That was a kick in the head, wasn't it? Hi, Narc. And hi, Curly, who's out there in Italy. Strider. Toyota Mo. Mike the Snake is in the background. Of course he is. Zeppy, the Zepstar, Forbum Colossus. Yes, the radio telescope. Very interesting. And this plays in this. There's a part. Well, have you seen the film? Have you seen the film The Dish? Anyone?
I have not.
It's a film. It's a film set during the where is it? Parkes radio telescope. Set during the moon landing, and because we were a relay station, so it's about how Australia played an important role in relaying the images as they came back from the moon, and the Parkes guys had to be on the ball to make sure that happened. And there's a comedy movie about it. It's quite good, actually. I'd recommend it. Little Australian film, but very good film. Ryan Joffre, how are you, man? JD, Strider, how are you, dude? Eric L, we got everyone? I think so. If I've missed you, I'm sorry. Whiskey Reaper, how are you, man? And Curly, I hope you're doing well. So yeah, it was interesting. There's a lot in this. Where do we start? Doc? Where do we start?
That's a good question. Where do we start?
I guess we could start with the race, can't we? The space race.
Yeah, I was going to say the same thing, that we have to start with a background of why it's important in 1960, or why is it so important, especially in 1962, when John F. Kennedy gives this speech and makes this assertion that we're going to go to the moon. Why is that so important? And maybe, I think, Tommy, you could do a really good job of describing that, because I know we've talked about it several times.
Hey, Mookie.
It also, I'm going to be honest, Tommy, I ran into some issues today. I think they were working against me today, and there's one video that I need to put on my channel that's the critical one, that I wasn't able to do, because why? At the morgue, when I went on the Wi-Fi, my YouTube channel wouldn't allow me to do anything on the channel because it wasn't recognizing the internet connection.
Oh yeah. That's
T-Mobile
for you.
No, I didn't know it was a thing, that they not only do they need you to be on your normal laptop, but they need you to be using the same public Wi-Fi or private Wi-Fi or whatever you're using. So YouTube is crazy with that. Anyway,
Owl wants us to start back with the Nazi connection. Werner
I
von
was going to
Braun.
suggest that. I was going to suggest the carve up of Germany at the end
Paperclip.
And we talked about that even a little bit when we were talking about JFK, didn't we?
Yeah. There's some parts of that are going to match here.
A lot of overlap.
Should we start with Paperclip then?
Why not?
Yeah.
All right.
And you did a really good job describing it last time, so I know you're ready to do it again.
A poll that's a good idea, baby girl. $2. A poll who believe in moon landing versus hoax.
That's a good idea. How do we set up a poll?
I have no idea.
Great idea.
That's the chief tech officer's job.
Yeah.
we can't do it, but it was a great idea.
Great idea. We could do a one or two thing. One, if you believe it happened. Two, if you didn't. But an actual poll, I have no idea.
A poll would be fantastic.
I'm looking. How do you brands?
While we failed to bring that up, I'll just start talking about Paperclip and why that's important. Because at the end of World War II, a lot of Nazi scientists, they had developed the V1, the V2 rocket. They were easily the head, country in that department. And a lot of the scientists ended up being brought over to our country. That's what Operation Paperclip refers to. The Russians got some people too, but we got a bulk of them. Werner von Braun was the most prominent name, and he eventually helped lead NASA, allegedly get to the moon. But that's what we're here to talk about today. So at this time, fast forward the 50s, the 60s, in our JFK stream, we touched on all of the stuff going on with the space race, Soviet Union versus America. And it became a huge problem when Sputnik, the first satellite, the first object in the moon, was put up there by the Soviets. That's where this really starts to take place. That's where the fear becomes a reality, and that's what gets the moon program going.
Yeah, the Soviets, weren't they? They did the first man in space. They did the first da-da-da. They had a number of firsts, and the United States was well behind. They weren't really on the map yet.
Yep.
Sputnik.
Gagarin, that was his name. The guy who was the first person.
Yeah.
I think it was just low Earth orbit, but it was still impressive to have a person up there.
Mm.
The other thing about the Soviets, they were better about hiding their failures than the United States was. So I think even to this day, we don't know how many disasters they might have had in the initial phases of the space race and getting the first satellite up and getting the first astronaut up and all of those things.
Yeah, it's always an interesting to look at. Whoa, went back. Oh my God.
Wow.
Golly gee.
I feel a conspiracy.
Oh, it's like, wait a minute now. Who is Embark? Thank you. Thank you, Embark.
Thank you so much, Embark. Thank you.
100 pounds Embark. Now you've
and
made
who's
over 100.
That's $300. That's about 300 Aussie.
To continue on the conspiracy theory, who's behind Embark and who's funding Embark?
I think he's Operation Mockingbird, personally.
It could be. You don't know.
Wow, that's unbelievable.
This could be to get our guards down and to have us.
He's hoping we forget what we were going to say.
Or completely spill the beans on everything so that they know exactly what we're thinking.
I dropped my PayPal. Dropped my PayPal. Shit, I should drop my PayPal.
Black Light Deep?
Black Light Deep. Shit, fuck it. I'm dropping it. I mean, Curly got me through Christmas. Without Curly's super chat, my Christmas was fucked. I'm not joking either. It was unbelievable.
Embark is Embark.
Black Light Deep at gmail.com. There we go. That's my PayPal if anyone wants to help me out. I'm just a poor drummer. You know what? It's always interesting to me because I play with old technology. I use valve amplifiers, right? And these amplifiers have never been bettered. The equipment that was made back in the 50s, the valve technology was so beautifully made, so point-to-point wiring. They had no Porsche watch needed. Thank you, Curly. The point-to-point wiring, the simplicity, but it worked. The equipment, the amplifiers that came about, and the same technology was used. Military spec, they call it, don't they? I'm taking all the leads. Military spec, when it's point-to-point wiring. Curly knows probably more about this than me, but the equipment. So when people say, and I'm just going to push back gently. This stuff never happened because here we are in a modern world with all this equipment, digital equipment, and I can imagine it now. But even look, the rover fell over, the one they sent up the other day. When you go back 50, 70 years, the only difference between now and then seems to me is the general usage of the computer. That the digital computer age came about, but it's not to say that you couldn't see the incredible technological leaps that were happening through World War II. That's where I start to push back on the fact that we didn't go, okay? Because if I was to say we did go, I can see how the technology did take us. Because the technology was exponential. It went exponential. If you look at the planes like Mike the Snake, the B-36 and the planes and yada, yada, the rise of the jet engine and all these things, rocket technology. I mean, they had all this thing in the 1940s. They had the Germans had the Messerschmitt 262, and before that they had the English developed with Frank Whittle developed the jet engine. So these technological momentous moves came about through the war. And then would it be fair to say, and I'll finish after this, would it be fair to say once they dropped the bomb, that gave the impetus to say, right, we have the science now to make the next leap? If you were looking at it as it happened, could you say that?
I think that there's a strong argument to suggest that. I think when you mentioned dropping the bomb, a lot of that was psychological. Obviously, there was a lot of death and destruction in that bomb, but at the same time, that was nuclear destruction in its infancy, and the proof of that is the fact that if you go to Hiroshima and Nagasaki now, it's inhabited. It's not like Chernobyl, in other words. So it was yes, it was the first nuclear weapon. This is true, but the psychological impact was far more substantial.
And in Oppenheimer recently, I don't know who's seen it, but there was a discussion about the hydrogen bomb and how they didn't want to go that way.
I saw that. You're absolutely right. That guy, I think, got kicked out of the program, actually, the one who suggested that.
Yeah.
Captain Kirk, $10 super chat. Thank you very much. Doc, can you please confront the fact that the Lunar Reconnaissance Orbiter satellite can view the remnants and paths of the vehicles that landed on the moon?
Well, I haven't investigated that topic in detail, but I am aware of some of the description. I believe I'm aware of some of the description, unless there was some revision to it, because I can't remember if it was that particular orbiter or some other orbiter. But from what I remember, it was low resolution, and there was some discussion about the relative sizing of what was being described. And again, it's coming from NASA, right?
True.
Let's talk about NASA. Should we talk about NASA and the formation of NASA? I've got
Absolutely.
Right
Yeah,
before that, though, Angelic, let's just thank Madman for the 10 gifted memberships. Thank you very much.
Thank you, man. I have a book here, Dark Mission, The Secret History of NASA, that I bought in 2008. It's written by our friend Richard Hoagland. Now, to surmise it, now it goes into all this stuff about Cydonia. We love Cydonia.
Does it go into where NASA came from?
Yes, it does.
Right? Okay, so I think you're perfect for discussing it then.
Well, I actually took the time out to annotate one page.
Perfect.
Okay. Section 35, the National Aeronautics and Space Administration shall be considered a defense agency of the United States for the purpose of Chapter 17, Title 35 of the United States Code. So basically that is in the paperwork that set up NASA. So it was set up as a defense agency, not a civilian agency.
Correct.
Firstly.
And for the folks listening, very clearly what that means is it's a military, it's a branch of military.
Yeah.
It also was created in a direct response to Sputnik being launched. That was the impetus to allow that to happen.
There's another little quote here. Section 205D, no NASA information which has been classified for reasons of national security shall be included in any report made under this section of the Act. So they have carte blanche not to put in anything or tell us anything. He talks about the Brookings Institute. Now, what he talks about, he goes on to talk about the fact that Freemasonry and its influence was in NASA right from its inception, that these Freemasons are addicted to these numbers, right? And that if you have a look at all the numbers and all the symbolism within the numbers, that it points to, a very specific organization that only a few people are privy to know. Okay, so the idea that NASA being this wonderful, open for humanity, let's take one step for mankind, is a complete load of shit, according to the Dark Mission statement. And it's a good read. It's a very good read. Hoagland's a good writer in his own way. So Dark Mission, and so it's pretty well established that NASA is not what you would think from the start. Okay.
And it's not what NASA promotes itself as. I mean, in other words, NASA does not, to my knowledge, even really mention that it's a branch of military, and certainly de-emphasizes that point if it does discuss it.
Well, of course. It has no obligation to discuss anything that it does or doesn't do. It doesn't have to answer to any other part of the government. It's entirely within its own jurisdiction.
And by the way, Captain Kirk had that last comment there in bold. And I just wanted to say that my bet is that this view is in the minority, that we did land on the moon, but the footage was faked. I don't think the majority of punters agree that the footage was faked necessarily. But certainly, I hope that at least people consider that possibility eventually after we're finished talking about all these things.
Thank you, Captain Kirk.
So, Doc, did they ever think they were going to the moon? Did they start out saying, look, we're going to fake this whole operation? Or did they say, let's try and do it, and then something happened and they had to fake it?
It's interesting that you say that.
Yeah.
We'll go out of order and hopefully cover all the topics, but to me, the real hero or heroes, Gus Grisham, Ed White, Roger Chaffee, right?
Yeah.
To me,
Amen to that.
those were the heroes of the Apollo project. And Gus Grisham especially was well known for voicing with opposition, voicing his opinion about where they were headed, and the fact that they were far behind, and the fact that he didn't feel that they were on track to make it to the moon even within several decades, let alone the end of that decade. And so I think that based upon Gus Grisham's comments, various comments over time, I would assume that originally they did think they might be able to pull it off. Also, if you look at the man who was in charge, Webb, Tommy,
Yep.
What was Webb's first name?
James.
James Webb.
Thank you. The fact that he retired within a month of the landing, to me, that doesn't make sense unless it was a protest against this, the fact that at one point they were going to try to realistically do it. And then at some point they recognized that there were too many obstacles and they needed to fake it.
Yeah, we'll get to that in detail for sure, because we definitely
Later.
want to try to go in order. Yeah. $10
and if
super
you
chat real
also,
quick, Angelic.
oh, go ahead, yeah.
MJO, hey, MJO, $10 US. Good topic tonight. I had a customer a few years ago who was the son of the engineer at NASA who managed the re-entry aspect of this program, Dr. Eggers. Oh, very
Oh,
interesting.
that's very interesting. Yeah.
Oh.
And it's worth emphasizing,
Thank you, MJO.
especially with that comment. It's worth emphasizing that everyone within the NASA Apollo program, everyone was for the most part doing their particular job. So this particular engineer was working on that particular aspect, the reentry, and the reentry was important. They still had to do a reentry, whether it was from a low Earth orbit or from whatever it might have been.
Compartmentalization.
Everything was compartmentalized, and so it was a need to know basis in terms of who might have known what was really going on. It was truly a need to know basis, and it was very few, probably less than a dozen, that knew what was happening. And someone else recently pointed out that you can't really tell who's in the various spacesuits when they're on the lunar surface.
Well, there's
I
no photos of Armstrong.
Well, not
Except-
just that. I hadn't thought about the fact that you can't see through the helmets to see who's inside. And it makes it interesting. The whole thing is interesting. But that's another interesting aspect.
Tan, it's more like man on the movie set. But yeah, you're right.
Right
Now-
from the word go, there was questions, correct, Doc?
Well, it's interesting that you say that too, because when I was a kid, I was building a model of the lunar module.
The LEM,
And I don't know
yes.
how old I was, 8 years old, 10 years old, something like that, right? And I'm building this thing, and my uncle sees me doing this. What are you doing? And I explain. He goes, "So you really think that we went to the moon, huh?" I said, "Of course,
Wow.
we saw it on TV. I got a model of it right here. Of course we did it. I saw it on TV." And he just kind of chuckled, smiled, and raised an eyebrow like Mr. Spock. And that was the end of it. But clearly, looking back, he did not believe it.
So, Doc, I don't want to press you on your age, but did you watch it live?
I have a memory of watching it, yes, and I just remember that we didn't have to do anything in class.
Wow.
It's like it's like first grade time, and you didn't have to do anything.
Wow.
You just walk in class, and they're playing a TV.
Yeah, I love those lessons. The TV's out.
The TV's out. Most of us aren't paying much attention, but we didn't have to. And since we're bringing that up, I remember that happened with the 1969, right? And then the following years, they didn't do that. Like the following years, we didn't get to watch it in class. I don't know who made that decision, but it's an interesting point that after the first one, there was a loss of interest from the public to some extent. And it makes sense, right?
Why is that, you reckon? What?
Why is there a loss of interest?
So quickly.
Well, I think it was that if you think about it, most people are not terribly interested in science. Most of the citizens probably aren't all that interested. And I vaguely remember people saying things like, "How many times are we going to go there?" I remember somebody in my family saying that. Maybe it was also economic. I mean, people recognized that was a lot of money going into this thing, and so maybe there was economic elements that as a kid I wouldn't be aware of, but adults very aware of.
Well, would it be fair to say the US was divided? There was the culture and there was the counterculture, correct?
I don't know what the counterculture was thinking, if they were lumping this with Vietnam or not, but that's what was happening at the time. You had the moon landing and you had Vietnam. It was a big deal, both. And perhaps this was a convenient distraction from Vietnam, wasn't it? Among other reasons to perhaps make sure to go to the moon.
Vietnam had been going quite a while.
Exactly.
In tandem with this moon operation.
Yeah. I think certainly, certainly they were there. They were near the same timelines of origin, so it's something to think about. I think, it's a convenient coincidence, if it's a coincidence.
Real quick, Angelica, super chat for Mr. GMT.
Yeah, I've just got to get back to my module. Where is it? Oh, Mr. GMT, $2 Aussie. Thanks for doing this stream, boys. Thank you, Mr. GMT.
Thank you, GMT. And
Madman, $20 Aussie. Always good to see Madman. 7 years before the supposed landing, 1962, Operation Fishbowl was a program to break through the firmament that surrounds Earth using nuclear bombs unsuccessfully. Much love to panel and chat. I'm driving. Have a good drive. Have a good afternoon. It's quite warm.
Thank you, Madman, and definitely be safe while driving out there.
Yeah.
So he's bringing up a good point, that early 60s period. I think we should talk a little bit about how James Webb, he truly believed this was going to happen. They were fresh off the successes of the Mercury missions. That was when we, in response to Gagarin for the Soviets going into space, we tried to send our own people. I believe Alan Shepard was the first one on the American side. And once we accomplished that, JFK really thought that we have to step it up and let's be the first people to go on the moon. And Webb had told him it was possible. So that's kind of where the mission started in the early 60s. And as time went on, more disasters started piling up.
Yeah, you got to ask.
I'll just contribute to that and mention that. Oh, sorry, Angelica.
No, go on, Doc. Go on.
What I was going to say to that is that I'd read somewhere that part of this might be contributed to JFK not being a scientist and understanding some of the, or any of the obstacles in any sort of detail.
Yeah, it seems to me, was it prudent of JFK to announce so publicly the intentions of the United States? I mean, was he
keeping a secret, right?
Was that flex culture? Was that wouldn't you think that you'd get things squared away and then announce it? I mean, it was a pretty bold move to announce it. I mean, yeah.
And that's why I'd read that JFK, not being a scientist, but instead being a politician, thought that it was a great move to put that statement out there and get to work on it without understanding all the obstacles to making it to the moon.
So he really threw everyone under the bus right then, didn't he?
Well, I think the question is whether Webb actually told him it was possible in a sort of a possible eventually, like in decades from now, or told him it was possible by the end of the decade. And I have a feeling he simply said it was possible without specifying. If I had to
we do know that as time went on and the disasters were piling up, we have the phone calls that have been released between Webb and JFK, and you can actually hear JFK ask him, would it happen by, my lifetime, the administration's time, right? And Webb can clearly be heard saying, no, it probably won't happen in your time. You'll probably get near the moon. That's what he said. You'll probably go past it.
Do we have access to that? Like, is it on YouTube or any place else?
It's probably on YouTube. I could try to find it if you guys want me to. Sure.
I think the punters would appreciate it, and I know I would. I love that kind of stuff. Listening to these phone calls is just amazing.
Yeah, look at this picture here. We've got the lander being built out of old tubes, and and tin and foil.
And while we're on the topic, is that a model? Is that actually on the moon? Is this like a test? What do we know from this photograph?
Not much.
I mean, is this from NASA representing the lunar module on the moon surface, on the lunar surface?
We can see from the film stock that it's medium format, right?
I mean, it looks like it is.
Yeah, it's medium format. It's Hasselblad. The flag, we don't know. I don't know what's going on. There's a lot of things that make.
Well, one of the things I point out to punters that I had never thought about when I initially fell into this rabbit hole, that is, if you look at the feet, right? Looks pretty pristine. No dust, no lunar material. And if you imagine that it's coming down, right? It's coming down and there's, the rocket blasting to bring it down to a soft landing, right? First of all, I would expect at least some of the surface directly below the rocket nozzle. I would expect some of that to be dispersed, right?
Sure.
And then I would also expect, if you acknowledge that some of it should be dispersed, if not a lot of it, then I would expect some of that to kick up onto the feet as it's coming down. In other words, it'd be a little bit messier than what looks like to be the case there.
Yeah, it doesn't look very
it doesn't look very used. It looks like pristine.
It's a quandary because on the one hand, it looks like it was built by a grade 6 kid for a science experiment.
Yep.
But why would they build such a flimsy piece of junk that looked like such a flimsy piece of junk, if you know what I mean? If you were going to fake it, wouldn't you make your spaceship look more like something out of out of 2001, out of Kubrick's book of spaceships, instead of this, contraption that looks like it's just hung together with bits of wire? I mean, it is literally strung together with bits of wire and packaging tape. It looks like something we built in class. But why if it was a conspiracy, why would you put this thing out there even as your spaceship, as your lunar lander? I mean,
well, also that's a very good question. And to counter on the other side of the argument, if it is actually the lunar lander and we really did go there, why not put a little bit more into it to make sure that it's completely safe and completely sound and that sort of thing, right? Either way, you would say, well, what happened? And I don't think I've read this anywhere. It's just my own conclusion, and that is that sometimes greed gets in the way. In other words, if this was a bit of a money laundering sort of scheme, if there were so many contractors getting so much cash, if any of them were taking anything off the top, then it might mean that the final product might be a little flimsy. Like recently, I was reading that in the push for electric vehicles in the United States, I can't remember how much money. It was millions at least, but it might have been up to $1 billion. A lot of money was put forward to the project of establishing various electric stations, sort of like what Tesla has set up. But this was going to be through our U.S. government. And apparently the number that were actually built with all that money was something like 7 or 8 of them.
I found the audio, sort of thing. Just so you know, Doc, I found it.
Shall I bring it up?
Sure, I emailed it to you and put it in the private chat, whatever's easier.
Yep, I'll bring it up.
How long is the clip?
I don't know. This is from the JFK library, their own website. They released it, but It didn't seem too long.
Fantastic.
I'm just looking at the...
It's from 2 months before the assassination, actually.
I mean, it is a fascinating photo. I was always fascinated by the gold foil.
I want to bring up another photo eventually when we're talking photos, but that'll be down the line. A photo of the iconic photograph from Apollo 11, where the astronauts with the flag, and we get to talk about that. This is the thing that drove Diego crazy. And by the way, did Mookie find the clip from the horology dungeon?
Diego thing?
Yeah.
I don't believe so.
Okay, but I can rehash it. I can rehash it easy.
So let's have a look at this sound recording of a meeting held on September 18, 1963, between President John F. Kennedy and NASA Administrator James Webb. They discussed the space program and the lunar landing. President Kennedy voices concern that the space program has lost its glamour politically, which in tandem with the congressional push for budget cuts will make it for a hard sell during the 64 presidential campaign. And it goes on. So let's just play it. Here we go.
And I'd like to start by saying we're still in a position where you can say to the country, I can do this lunar landing for the 20 billion, which is the lower limit of we first said it would cost 20 to 40. And we said we can do all the rest for 15 billion within 10 years. We can still say that. Now, second, whereas I told you the first of this year, this would be our time of trouble. This thing is going so fast, technically and in terms of programming, inserting new people in, all the rest. We are stronger now than we were 3 or 4 months ago. We've gone through some real wrenches in the organization, in which I finally told Walter Von Brown, you remember I said to him, I had to bring him from an arsenal level of effort operation to a program-minded man. I've got Bob Young from Arrow, and he's been making $70,000 a year with them. And I finally told Walter I was going to prove nothing more for his German group until he set up to handle 85% of the business that had to be handled the way the United States government wanted to tell government the way this German directed. Well, he got the message, and the next day he really came in. Now, Huntsville is on the way toward a fall setup picture, and we have some first-class contractors working in there on these boosters. We are right now, I have people that left last night to be in Houston and Huntsville. I've offered Gilbert, you remember I told you one of my real problems with Brandon was he thought he ought to move him out, and I couldn't see the image of the United States doing that. First, the man knows most about manned spacecraft anybody. He just isn't the manager of a $200 million operation. Now, we have finally made the decision that I've talked with him. I've offered him another job, and all up and down the road with him is the way he first becomes out. He has decided.
I just better insert. This is an hour long.
Well, the good news is I just emailed you what's relevant, which is very short. It's literally 2 lines.
Okay.
Just
give
a
me a
photo.
minute. Yeah, I'll have a look.
That audio was shit.
It's terrible. It's the bathroom speech. I'll have a look. Go on. Just give me a second.
Keep in mind that was a phone call, but yet the audio from the moon was like crystal clear.
Oh, it's good technology for the time. We've got to, how much was it always everything taped in the White House, or only specific things? Oh, that'd be an interesting deep dive too. I mean, to find out. Hang on, I'm waffling. What do we got here? Okay, what do I play? How do I get this?
Should be just a photo.
Oh,
I think it's likely that everything was taped and certain things were deleted.
How do I bring this up? Here we go. Say open with right. Yep, right. Yeah, so you reckon they were taping things even back in those days? They were taping everything. Must have mountains of tape. I mean, it's like they say that they lost the moon landing tape, the recordings.
You saw that on my channel that we can play that clip eventually. But yeah, it's amazing stuff.
How the hell do you lose the most important thing humanity ever did? The recordings.
Yeah. Good question, isn't it?
Did you find it, or do you want me to just read it? Because it's very short.
I've got it. I can bring it up, and you,
Oh,
and you
okay.
can, yeah, I can bring it up, and you can read it.
Thanks.
And let me go. Just. There we go. Go for it.
So the highlighted portion is what's relevant, and it's Kennedy directly asking him, if I get reelected, are we going to go to the moon in his time period? That's what he's asking there. And Webb says, no, we'll have worked out how to fly by it while you're president, but it's going to take a lot longer than, your time in office. So that just shows you that even in the early 60s, when you would think they had the most reason to be optimistic, they were doubting it. And as time went on, as Doc can tell you, there were a few disasters that really set them far back.
Culminating in the greatest disaster, which was the loss of Apollo. Well, Grisham
Apollo
was
1, I believe it was.
Yeah,
Yeah.
very sad.
The audio of
And-
that is crazy.
And I haven't prepared the clip for that, but if you want, I can do it while we're talking. Just basically preparing the portion of the clip that's about 30 seconds worth of Gus Grisham talking. That's the critical part. I can do that while you guys are doing your show here.
You mean right before where they're talking about how it's hard to hear them right through the wall?
Exactly. Where basically Gus
Yeah.
Grisham is quoted as saying, how are we going to get to the moon if we can't talk between 2 or 3 buildings?
Oh,
Yep.
yeah, that's right.
It's famous. And only relatively recently, I'd say in the last 5 years, did I realize that that was like one of the last statements that he ever made before he died. Coincidental or not. Because he did a lot of things, since we're on the topic. He did a lot of things. He was complaining that they were so far behind. And at one point, he hung a lemon. His wife said he took a lemon off of their lemon tree, put it on a coat hanger, and put it on the outside of the capsule. And that's how he started talking to the press about how was Apollo going so far. And I don't know the time that he did that. I don't know if it was 1966, could have been even 1967, but it was kind of definitely gutsy and ballsy to even do it at all, because he didn't have authorization to complain about the Apollo program publicly.
It's
Sure.
Forbin mentions the right stuff, and that's interesting because I was actually thinking about Chuck Yeager. Anyone that's read his biography, and I have a couple of times, it's incredible story and incredible life. From probably the greatest pilot in history. Yeah, obviously he broke the sound barrier first to do it, but he was not an Armstrong fan. They were at loggerheads. Chuck wanted to be on the program, but he wasn't allowed on it. Yeah, he had doubts about certain aspects of the ability of these guys to fly the thing. Anyway,
Remind me,
he
Chuck
didn't think they could
Yeager's,
fly it. Yeah.
what was Chuck Yeager's military background?
Well, he flew in World War II as a Mustang pilot.
I guess what I meant is, like, what level did he reach within the military? Was he like
He was
he like a,
yeah, he was just I think he was captain. Yeah, he was pretty wild, like the best of them were. And he got shot down. He was in prison camp. He got out. He got back to the States. Became a test pilot. Yeah, he was just a flyer. Like he was a complete flyer. He wasn't a guy that he didn't have any interest in rising through the ranks. Of course, he did, and ended up being the only pilot to have a clearance to fly in his 90s or something for the Air Force or something. He could pretty much play his own cards, because demand his own demand what he wanted because you know, the X-15 program. He was the guy that's he's the guy that took the what is it, Starfighter, the F-104, and he spun that in a flat spin all the way out, down, and then bailed out. The guy was like, he was just like, you know, he was an incredible flyer. Now, what he said was these guys weren't flyers; they had no idea, and how could they fly this thing? Because he wanted to fly it.
I want to mention, since you accidentally brought up Ron the Shrink, there is a connection between Apollo and UFOs, and we'll talk about that a little.
Brigadier General. He eventually got all the way, but he didn't want it. He didn't care. You know, that's the thing. He did it his way, and eventually he made it all the way up to a general.
Well, so, I would argue that NASA and the Apollo program would be more interested in a career astronaut, specifically because they needed somebody who was going to answer to orders from the superiors. And so that I don't know for sure if that played a role, but I could see that being part of the decision.
Yeah, exactly. I mean, you don't need they didn't want a pilot. He said they weren't pilots. They were just like bus drivers. They weren't actually flying anything. It was all, you know, that they weren't actually difficult to fly, but they were more like, they weren't doing anything. They were just, because they're all good looking. It's like rock stars, you know. Did you see any ugly astronauts? You know. I mean, if you're going to pick out someone to be the face of America, you'd pick Armstrong, wouldn't you?
Although I'd argue that Chuck Yeager's was a pretty good looking guy. He was pretty, you know, he could have easily, he was just as good as John Glenn. He was just as good as, you know, but I think they needed somebody who was going to take orders and not ask questions.
Discount, they'll just cruise boat comedians. A little bit. I mean, we've seen the press conference when they got home, and they look like cruise boat comedians that have been thrown off the boat, don't they?
Well, I've got a clip of the intro to the conference too, included for that reason. On the channel there for you to play whenever you want to play it. But I don't know if we want to go in order or bounce around. I don't care about bouncing around.
Well, I was just going to say, right now we're at where the Apollo 1 mission ended up, you know, killing those guys. So either we could play that clip or just say that happened and then go on to the Barron report, Doc. Up to you.
Up to you, Doc.
Repeat that again, then, if it's up to me.
We can't even talk between three buildings.
Yeah, we should play that. If you have that on your channel, we could play that for sure. Or I could find it too.
We need mission control to help us out. We don't have a mission control. We're panelists and mission control at the same time. So yeah, Apollo 1. That was so. What was the actual cause of the fire of Apollo 1? Was it a wire? I think it was electrical fault. Electrical fault. Yeah. So, what do we got here? Major Tom was a junkie. I'll just address the chat for a minute while we get us
on mute by mistake. Sorry about that, Angelic. Answering your question. It was a wire. It was an electrical wire short that then ignited the oxygen environment in the capsule. However, apparently, many people theorized that it was tampered with, and more importantly, the Grisham family believe that it was tampered with, and apparently Gus Grisham announced to his wife that for some reason the CIA was present at the launch pad the day before, and he was trying to figure out why.
Oh God.
I don't remember showing up, but if she says so.
You don't what? You're
Yeah.
denying? Is that what you're saying?
Yeah, no,
They,
I think
they
you're right,
changed
Doc.
the. They
Can we
changed
ask
the.
how old are you, Tommy? And not that you're going to tell us the truth,
I'm just 25, man. Come on.
They changed the.
but
They
somehow
changed
you
the.
were there. Somehow you were there.
Doc, they changed the door after that. They couldn't get out because they couldn't open the
They-
door from the inside.
They
Correct.
couldn't open the door. Apparently, they couldn't open the door from inside or outside in any sort of rapid fashion.
Yeah.
It happened quick. It was like in 2 seconds, not even.
Yeah.
Because they do have audio recording of it. Yeah, the fire was said to have been on Gus Grisham's side, and I don't remember hearing anything from him. I do remember the audio being played that you could hear Ed White scream out, and
Yeah.
then you could hear Roger Chaffee scream out. I don't remember hearing anything from Gus. And if there was anyone being targeted, I would argue it was Gus Grisham, because he was making all these public statements about how poor the Apollo program was and how it was unlikely going to make it to the moon.
And what's interesting here is that as these Apollo missions were going on, at one point, the Americans actually proposed an alliance with the Soviets and basically said, why don't we try to do this together? And the leader of the Soviets at the time, I believe, was Khrushchev. He basically said, we don't wish to put anyone on the moon, especially not before we're able to. They didn't want to rush it and be haphazard and risk the lives of these astronauts. So
And
that's kind of why. Yeah, go ahead, Doc.
and I was going to say they probably had already lost the astronaut that was the first man in low Earth orbit, because I know that they eventually lost him to a disaster.
Well, actually, Doc, you bring up a good point. But what really happened was, so Gagarin was the first one in space. And then there was another mission where another guy, I believe his name was Komarov. Someone might have to correct that, but I'll say Komarov. He knew that the vehicle that they were going to use was flawed, but he knew that if he said no, Gagarin was going to be the one who had to replace him. So he went up there and he died on the way down. It completely incinerated him. There's photos of his body. It's horrible. Gagarin actually died 2 years later in like a car accident, something like that. So he died young, but it had nothing to do with space. After what happened to Komarov, the Russians were very fearful of putting Gagarin in space again. So that's actually what happened there.
Very, very good.
So then after that,
And it's an emphasis on the fact that a lot of this is publicity.
Absolutely. That's a great point. These guys were like movie stars.
Exactly.
So
I don't
then
know if it's worth bringing up. I'm going to forget to mention it.
Yeah, go ahead.
But everybody maybe has heard of Hollywood's Walk of Fame with the stars, right?
Sure.
And Angelic, have you heard of this as well? I don't know if this is international or if this is just something in the USA that's talked about.
What?
But basically, all of the biggest Hollywood stars, if they're super big, eventually they get a star on the Hollywood Walk of Fame, something that designates the importance of their contribution to Hollywood, and it's on the sidewalk along this Walk of Fame. Well, any case, it was pointed out to me by a friend recently that the astronauts also had a star, a special star for the Hollywood Walk of Fame.
Out the front of that Chinese restaurant. What's it called?
I don't remember where it's located. I just know they have a star.
Gruen's Chinese restaurant. Yeah. Yeah, I was watching a documentary on who was it? A famous comedian, female comedian of the 70s. What's this from Ron? The benefit of landing on the moon was symbolic only and didn't actually contribute all that much to our strategic advantage over Russia. Well,
there's some arguments that we move forward in terms of technology that was then used in various commercial items.
A movie theater. Sorry, I'll stand corrected. Well, weren't they selling a system? Weren't they selling? Wasn't it capitalism versus communism? Yada yada. Wasn't it a great rivalry between two competing systems? I've got a book written in the 1950s called Soviet Space Technology. I can't find it. I don't know where it is. I've had it since I was a kid. And in the introduction, it was written in 1951 or something like that. And the introduction says the great competition between the USSR and the United States in space technology. He was talking about a friendly, competitive atmosphere to see who could do these things, which system allowed these things to come about easier. That's what it was all about, wasn't it? Wasn't it about this concept about, well, what works better, capitalism, pure capitalism, communism? We're in the 20th century. We know it was an experimental age for politics and the way of life. I mean, it created what, 2 wars, 3 wars, 5 wars. How many wars? We had World War One. Well, the Boer War. We had World War One, World War Two, Korean War, Vietnam. All these wars, and they kept going on, all discussing this concept about which system works and which one doesn't, and which one should be in place. Now, the space race, and that was the pinnacle, that was the great identifier of which system would work better. The great identifier, the easy star to see in the sky. Does humanity move out into the stars with capitalism and pure capitalism being our go-to, or do we need to look after the whole of humanity as a communist country? Look after being the operative word with communism and socialist aspects. And because we look at where are we now? We have a system that is social democracy, which is a blend, correct? We have a blend of those two systems now. Yeah,
pretty much. But you're absolutely right, Angelic. And for years before we allegedly got there was so much propaganda of how space was the new frontier. That was what everyone had their eyes on, and we really pushed it as possible and almost a certainty that we were going to reach it. So that's why when, unfortunately those astronauts died, Gus Grisham and all the rest, that's when there was a man named Thomas Barron who was tasked with developing a report to highlight all of the problems with the Apollo missions. His report was over 500 pages long, and he testified in Congress. And at this point, the Apollo mission, the budget was exploding, was over budget by a ton of money, and our money now is multiple billions. And it just, there were so many issues with the lack of communication between teams. A lot of people didn't really understand what was going on. There were so many redesigns, especially of the LEM. It just seemed like a disaster. And that's when, I think Doc is going to want to talk a little bit about Barron because of how he passed away shortly after he testified. So we can stop for that. But it gets pretty crazy as we go on.
I actually... good, I'm not muted. Actually know the general topic, but I don't have the details for exactly how he was killed. But I did talk to a professor who worked as an attorney for James Webb, and was very puzzled about a number of things. He said he had a good relationship with James Webb. Obviously, he was the attorney working for him, but he felt like they were very close to being peers, even though he was working for him. And he said that when he announced that he was leaving, it was a shock to everyone, including himself, that it didn't seem to have an explanation. and it was just he's leaving. So that was one interesting thing he told me about in terms of stories. The other thing that he mentioned was this poor guy dying on, I believe it was train tracks, right, Tommy?
Correct. Him, his wife, and his child were killed 1 week after testifying in Florida, got hit by a train, and his 500-page report disappeared, and they
Yeah.
have never released it publicly.
And he
Well.
said that when that was announced, he was present when it was announced that he had been killed, and there was no reaction of surprise. And he was puzzled by that. That's what the professor I talked to said.
There you go.
I hesitate to mention his name because it was a private conversation. So I'm not going to mention his name other than to say that he was a professor and he was an attorney.
There you go. So at this point, we have an Apollo mission that killed the astronauts. We have a report highlighting all the disasters. We have the fact that the budget has gone through the roof. James Webb, the man who started pretty much everything, is telling the president, we really don't think this is going to happen in your time, even if you win re-election. And this is when it becomes critical. This is like what, Doc, 67, 68, in that time frame where they
Correct.
start to realize we're
Don't
probably
forget
not going to
Don't
make
forget
it.
the spiraling situation in Vietnam.
Yes.
Yeah, that was definitely heating
And
up
let's
as
also
well.
not forget that some of the data had been accumulated in terms of probes being sent up to measure the amounts of radiation encircling the Earth. Some of that had been done, but more of it was done after Kennedy made his statement. And again, that's why it's important to recognize that Kennedy was a politician, but he wasn't a scientist. So he may not have understood all of the elements or even many of the elements in terms of things that presented barriers to making it to the moon.
Absolutely. And
Yeah,
when
that's
James Webb, when he would go to Congress year after year, he was actually telling them, this could also be heard on the audio, that, when he would show up, he would say that, this time last year I came here explaining the problems, and now it's getting worse. So essentially what he was trying to convey to them is, as they got closer and closer to the end of the decade deadline, the situation seemed to be more dire and more dire. So that's
Correct.
kind of why it's very suspect that you have all of these failures, all of these problems, pretty much guaranteeing that we're not going to make it. And then right before we have the big achievement, one of the most famous astronauts, a legend from the Mercury crew, he retires. Webb himself retires, and his second in command deputy, Thomas something else, he retires. So you had all these high profile people leave right before they were about to get the crown achievement. That's very odd, to say the least. No one can explain that and say it's normal. You could say it's a coincidence or whatever, but it's not normal, that's for sure.
It certainly would be an extreme coincidence for all of them to retire like that.
Sure. Absolutely. So,
Hmm.
Doc, do you want to talk a little bit now about the challenges of even getting there? I guess we would start with the Van Allen belts.
We could. And I don't know if we want to talk about the Van Allen belt or play one of the videos off of my channel that actually discusses the Van Allen belt, which is
Let's play that.
Okay. I got to remind myself what it's called. So let me just go over to the channel real quick. I know when I look, because I know Angelic's not going to know from the names.
Angelic, if you see the private chat, it's the first link. That's Doc's channel. And he'll
yeah.
tell you that
I'm
you're
there
using
now.
it.
I'm just looking now.
Perfect.
So
Challenges of space travel.
there's a few of them, but if you play the one that says, no, actually, wait a minute.
Project Ride and the challenges of space travel. No.
That's the one. Project Orion and the challenges of space travel.
That's
You
the
got it.
recent video. Yes.
It's a recent video. Maybe we should briefly mention that Project Orion is a relatively newer project from, I think it started in 2015. Tommy, you probably know better than me the exact numbers. But it's certainly a relatively new project. And within that discussion, and it's a longer clip of 7 minutes, but within that discussion, in the middle, he actually talks about the Van Allen belt, which a lot of people, maybe not a lot of people, some people may not know what is this Van Allen belt. So, I mean, we could talk about it after playing the clip, right? What do you think?
Sure. That works.
Orion is getting ready to launch. My name is Kelly Smith, and I work on navigation and guidance for Orion. Orion is NASA's next-generation spacecraft. Built with versatility in mind, it can take astronauts deeper into space than we've ever gone before, to an asteroid, or even onto Mars. For these missions, Orion has to be one tough spacecraft, withstanding high speeds, searing temperatures, and extreme radiation. Before we can send astronauts into space on Orion, we have to test all of its systems. And there's only one way to know if we got it right: fly it in space. For Orion's first flight, no astronauts will be aboard. The spacecraft is loaded with sensors to record and measure all aspects of the flight in every detail. It all begins with launch aboard a Delta IV Heavy rocket.
Notice the rocket's completely different.
As it punches into Earth orbit, Orion will jettison its launch abort system. The abort system is a safety feature designed to pull Orion and its crew out of danger if there were a problem with the rocket during ascent. Orion's journey is just beginning. As the spacecraft and the upper stage begin their first lap around Earth, Mission Control in Houston is monitoring the progress of the flight. Orion's over 100 miles up and going about 17,000 miles per hour. Just as it passes over the Indian Ocean, we lose communication. This is expected. The communications link we have through satellites to Orion is momentarily lost, but Orion continues to receive and process data. Its computers can handle 480 million instructions per second. Imagine you are traveling with Orion as the flight test continues. One orbit completed. Time to go. The upper stage of the rocket fires again. Like the setup for a roller coaster ride, this is the big climb we've been waiting for. We are headed 3,600 miles above Earth. 15 times higher from the planet than the International Space Station. As we get further away from Earth, we'll pass through the Van Allen belts, an area of dangerous radiation. Radiation like this could harm the guidance systems, onboard computers, or other electronics on Orion. Naturally, we have to pass through this danger zone twice, once up and once back. But Orion has protection. Shielding will be put to the test as the vehicle cuts through the waves of radiation. Sensors aboard will record radiation levels for scientists to study. We must solve these challenges before we send people through this region of space. For this flight, it's time to head home. The upper stage of the rocket triggers separation. Orion's jets fire to turn it into the proper position to re-enter Earth's atmosphere. No matter what happens now, we're coming in. 75 miles above Earth, the spacecraft enters the atmosphere. Things happen quickly. We're now traveling more than 20,000 miles per hour. Air particles pushed out of the way heat up. An envelope of hot plasma surrounds the vehicle as it plummets towards Earth. The plasma reaches temperatures of 4,000 degrees Fahrenheit, almost twice as hot as molten lava. This may be the most dangerous part of the flight. Mission Control is monitoring all the data from the spacecraft, and then we lose communication again.
So, Doc, I think we both know that this was the part that you were trying to highlight. was when the Van Allen belts, he was talking about the challenges of getting through that area of space, when obviously for the moon landings to have been possible, we already sent people through those areas of space. So if it wasn't so challenging back then, and none of the astronauts died from intense radiation poisoning, why can't we just repeat what we did before?
Exactly.
That's the entire
Exactly.
problem.
The only, and I'm just going to cast my not aspersions.
No,
I'm
you
gonna-
have to be your job is to provide a counterpoint.
On my counter back then, it's a bit like any firsts. You know, you kind of, the guys that jump in those fastest boats and fastest cars in the world. Guys are breaking when Chuck Yeager said he was breaking the sound barrier. He said he didn't know what was going to happen. He didn't know. They did just. That's what makes them the hero. They don't know. They just take the risk. They just go, oh, you know what? I'll just do it. Fuck it. We'll see what happens. He didn't know what would happen. So those guys that went up through the Van Allen belts, maybe it was just a case of like, oh, fuck it. Just send them. Radiation, I'll give a fuck shit. We'll just do it anyway and see what happens. We need to do it. We're going to do it. And there's so many risks on the mission. They could have, they could have exploded on the pad. They could. Every millisecond, there's another risk in that mission. At any moment, they could all die. So who gives a shit about a bloody Van Allen belt?
Well, Angelic, are you saying that it's safe to do it, or are you saying they didn't care that it wasn't
They
safe?
didn't care. They didn't care.
Well,
You
they didn't
understand,
care.
in today's world, in today's, what do we call today's world? This soft middle age of humanity that we live in, that everything has to be perfect before we do anything. You can't step outside unless you've got,
Helicoptering. That's what
helicopter lives that we lead in this socialist paradise built by fucking left, whatever, right? You can't do anything in this helicopter world we live in. But back then, you could just do whatever you wanted. It was free. America was free. Let's just do it. Who gives a shit?
Well, the problem, Angelic, before Doc, you say, I just want to make sure I understand what he's saying, because what Doc and I have heard is that in the 50s, when the Van Allen belts were discovered, he made a very strong case of how this was extremely dangerous. And there's actually footage from back then to that effect. If we go with your narrative, right, that they had the balls, they didn't care, they just went through it, we would expect them to then have some pretty substantial problems through the radiation, of course. So if they didn't have those problems, then how can you explain that now that decades later they're saying it's dangerous again and we have to figure out a way to get through that area of space? That doesn't really make too much sense.
Keep in mind, Angelic, keep in mind it wasn't just Apollo 11. It was, I think, 6 missions that did it?
Maybe they just spin this stuff so they can get more money out of, for the program. Oh, these Van Allen belts, they're fucking dangerous. It's like, reinforce that bit. We need another 60 billion. Just go into Congress, just say the Van Allen belts, we're going to sort that out. Maybe they just spin it to get more money. I mean, it's like, what did Trump say about Zelensky? The greatest salesman in history. Just every time he comes to America, he walks away with $60 billion. That's what he said the other day.
It started out millions, by the way. It started out millions and then quickly escalated to billions.
Oh, I read that. I went, it's not bad. He's got a point.
That was a hilarious response, Angelic. That was good. I like that.
Although we don't want to get terribly political, do we?
No, we're not going. No. Who gives a shit about radiation? I get more radiation out of my TV or my Razor or my iPhone plugged into my head. I mean, we haven't got to that point yet when we see the carcinogenic. Well, I guess when you got horns, is that radiation from? Do you get horns from radiation? Phone radiation.
That's what happened to Archie.
Yeah, that's what happened. He was a Nokia guy. We're gonna have to start yeah. It's one of the radiation's everywhere. It's part of the whole thing. 5G. What about the 5G conspiracy? I mean, that's what really made us sick. It wasn't COVID. No, it was the 5G rollout.
Well,
and we're kind of bouncing around in terms of topics, but eventually. One of the things I wanted to talk about was the the cameras, but I guess we have to exhaust this topic first, and then we'll move to the
Well, I mean,
cameras
this is
that
the first of many
astronaut
videos.
did.
Well, okay, so we're just doing the Van Allen belt. On the one hand, you can't go through them for fear of there's too much damage to the spacecraft and to the human being. On the other hand, it's hey, give a shit, we're cowboys. Let's just do it anyway.
argument that
Angelic,
NASA
that's an excellent point too. It's not just the damage to the astronauts, because if you think about the damage to the spacecraft itself, I mean, I know that a few decades ago they were talking about the bombs that would take out all the electronics, right? And that's still a thing.
EMPs. Yeah.
I
And
love
this
it,
radiation would probably be more powerful than that.
You reckon they deploy EMPs before nukes? Yes. Yes. Oh, that's sorry, different topic. Okay, so let's assume they got through the Van Allen belt then. Is that what we're assuming?
Well, the argument by NASA is that they used some calculations and figured out a way to go through it, in the least amount of it possible, a trajectory that, would give them the least amount of radiation. And NASA put out the numbers of radiation they absorbed doing this, and it's very low, which, if true, obviously it's possible. But Doc would argue that that radiation is much higher than the levels that NASA is saying it was. So
I would
that's where the
also argue.
disconnect is.
I'd also argue if it were true, then that scientist Mr. Kelly there would have just said we're going to follow the path that was laid by the Apollo missions and use the same course and path to get through the Van Allen belt with the least amount of damage possible.
There you go.
So they get through the Van Allen belt with a little bit of brain damage and just a little bit.
Just a touch.
But maybe that's why they're
like
so quiet. Maybe that's why they're so quiet when they do the press conference. They literally got brain damage when they got back. Just like
You're coming up with a lot of good answers, Angelic, that I've never heard before.
Did you want to play the intro to the press conference so people get an understanding of what you're saying when you say that when you're mentioning their apparent excitedness during this press conference?
Where is it? We got a link.
Is it on your channel?
It's on my channel. Let me see. Let me bring up
okay.
the title.
Title is
the title is called
Heroes Welcome. Ah, gotcha. Here we go.
Before we start that,
brain damage. Yeah, brain damage. That's yours. Yeah, right. Okay, I'll bring it up. Okay. Pausing. Now we should get Archie to comment on this morose press conference. That's
a good point, because they seem to be paying as much attention as Archie does.
And just real quick, The Undertaker 299 Australian. Thanks for the discussion, guys. Good work. Thank you very much, Undertaker.
Thank you very much, Undertaker.
It's okay. So we have 3 brain damaged monkeys back from the moon, apparently. Okay, here we go.
I'd like to introduce the Apollo 11 crew: astronauts Neil Armstrong, Michael Collins, Edwin Aldrin. Neil?
It was our pleasure to have participated in one great adventure. It's an adventure that took place not just in the month of July, but rather one that took place in the last decade. We all here and the people listening in today had the opportunity to share that adventure over its developing and unfolding in the past months and years. It's our privilege today to share with you some of the details of that final month of July that was certainly the highlight for the three of us of that decade. We're going to divert a little bit from the format of past press conferences and talk about the things that interested us most, in particular the things that occurred on and about the moon. We will use a number of films and slides which most of you have already seen, and with the intent of pointing out some of the things that we observed on the spot, which may not be obvious to those of you who are looking at them here from the surface of Earth. The flight, as you know, started promptly. And I think that was characteristic of all the events of the flight. The Saturn gave us one magnificent ride, both into Earth orbit and on a trajectory to the moon. Our memory of that actually differs little from the reports that you have all heard from those previous Saturn V flights, and those the previous flights served us well in preparation for this flight in the boost as well as the subsequent phases. We would like to skip directly to the translunar coast phase and remind ourselves of the long chain of events that actually permitted a landing, starting with the undockings, the transposition and docking sequence.
You gotta, you know
Imagine
what?
having sorry.
Yeah, look, come on. Hang on, or before Marcelo time. Don't forget Marcelo's going to London.
Do we get paid for that plug?
Yeah, blacklight deep at gmail.com.
Can you put up
Blacklight
Curly's? Can you put up Curly's comment again? And it got me laughing, and I had to mute myself.
Look, you got to say this is in the days before they were not media trained, were they? In those days,
You could say that again. They sound like they were depressed.
I know they do, but can you imagine the come down? The come down. I mean, you go. It'd be worse than Woodstock. Come on, the come down. You imagine taking drugs for 10 years and just saying, "No, I won't. I'm not doing it tomorrow."
Well, but I mean, it's not. I mean, I work in a morgue, okay, but I'm used to people seeing them a bit sedated, but this is crazy. This is just crazy. Curly had me cracking up on that. That's funny.
Oh, I feel sorry for Neil. I mean, you know, you go to the moon, you walk up there, you do it all. Didn't they get they got those Corvettes? They had one each, didn't they?
They all got a Corvette. They did get a Corvette. That was at least one of the highlights, and a bonus of having to do all of that is getting a Corvette. I would say that the fascinating thing about feeling sorry for Neil is the fact that it was supposed to be Gus Grisham, right? So you could argue that after what happened to Gus, everybody towed the line, didn't they?
I mean, look, Armstrong. He's poor Armstrong. I'm sad.
You know, they were asked if they saw stars, and they didn't remember if they did or not.
Now, I don't have that clip prepared. Do you guys want me to set that up so you can play it?
What about the clip where he says, What about the clip where he said that he saw a spacecraft on the edge of the crater?
I've got that one there. If you want to play it, let me find
Yeah,
out
let's
which
play
one
that.
it
That's
is.
interesting.
Wait a minute, Hera. Let me find out what it's called. Because on the channel, even though no one's going to my channel, I tried to make it appear as if it was harmless. So maybe it's not deleted and all that kind of stuff. So let me see if I can find the clip.
Rock and roll legends Archie Luxury. I like that clip. That's a great clip, Doc.
Doc is a clip guy.
Great clip.
No, I gotta find it. What was it I'm looking for again? I already took
The
an edible for
spacecraft
my
at the edge of the
glaucoma.
crater.
Yeah, the spacecraft in the crater. Yeah. Look, I mean, come on. He's a hero. He's a pilot. He's everything, but like, he's not media. This is in the days where they were just trotted out there. It's like, must have been like, look, haven't we done enough? Can't we just go home to bed? I just want to go for a drive in my Corvette. Why do I have to front up to the media? And yes, we all have a memory of doing it, but we can't quite remember it. Because you probably couldn't remember it. Can you imagine the adrenaline that would have driven these guys? I mean, the adrenaline spike would have been off the charts. They would
So
have just
much
been,
to blind them from the stars, angelic.
yeah. But you know what? You know what? When your adrenaline is just pumping, you don't remember shit. Like when you're in the zone is the zone. These guys would have been in the zone like from the start of the mission all the way back. And when you're in that zone, I don't think I don't think it's unreasonable to suggest that you're not going to remember any of it, because you're just concentrating on getting each foot in front of the other, making each switch right, going through your programs, making sure that fucking programs are perfect, one step after step after step after step. I mean, these guys have spent a year, 2 years memorizing the exact program that they had to follow to get this thing done. So it's not a hard stretch for me to suggest, look, fucking by the time they got back, the adrenaline left them, that they're down. You know, they're just dropped like stones. But hey, look, that's just my rebuttal. But
I'm uploading that clip again because
Archie,
believe it or not,
No, he's talking about the space crater one.
yeah, I'm just teasing.
it looks like it's been deleted, and so I'm going to upload it again, and we'll play it right away after it's uploaded before they delete it a second time. If that's what happened, I don't know what happened. It was on my channel before, and it's not there now. So that's kind of weird.
Conspiracy, man.
I know, it's kind of weird. That's all I can say is it's kind of weird. This is one. Hopefully, Ron is still around, because I had not heard about the connection between the Apollo programs and UFOs until relatively recently. I didn't know anything about that.
Apollo
you guys
20.
heard anything about that?
Apollo 20, it's a classic. Have you seen the Apollo 20 video? It's so good. It's so good. They got like inside the spacecraft the Apollo 20 patch. You know, you'd swear Apollo 20 happened.
And then it was just a game.
Well, they say it. No, they say it happened. There was covert missions after, when they got to the moon. After Apollo 17, they realized that, we're not supposed to be up here. We've been warned off. There's a crashed spacecraft up here. We better shut this fucking down and not talk about it anymore. And then they sent 19 and 20 up to do the investigation, and 20 astronauts went into the spacecraft. The crashed spacecraft, which was like, if you've seen not Alien, what's that one in the Alien milieu? Shit.
Was this a movie?
No. Later on, Ridley Scott did the Alien trilogy, the Alien series. But there's a movie called I can't remember what it's called, but they go into the spacecraft in that, and that was done in the early 2000s. But essentially, Apollo 20 they went into the alien spacecraft to find out why it was there, and you know how it got there and all that kind of thing. The Apollo 20 video is on YouTube. If you search it up, it's pretty good. Pretty good. But that's assuming they got there. We're assuming they never went.
Well, it's
Yeah,
fascinating to me is that
Prometheus.
I don't
Thank
remember
you.
hearing
Thank you.
about Apollo 20.
Yeah, Damasco says it's Prometheus. That's the film that references what very close to the Apollo 20 concept. Yeah, that we knew there was a craft up there by Apollo 17. They shut down this thing, not talk about it anymore, because you know what happens when humanity finds out that there's intelligent species. You know,
Tommy,
our
are you
own-
willing to acknowledge familiarity with this topic, Apollo 20?
No, I have no idea what he's talking about.
Oh, that's a
If you
put
did,
down.
if you did know, would you acknowledge it?
I guess so. Why not?
Okay.
Bloody hell! I can't do anything right in this world anymore.
By the way, I'm uploading this this UFO connection thing. It's going much slower because I'm in StreamYard. So I don't know if you want me to jump out of StreamYard and then come back in, or just let
We're
it.
fine.
It's uploading, but it's at 50% right now.
So at this point, it probably makes sense to talk about some of the issues with the footage, because we do have some people in the chat, Captain Kirk, who is willing to buy the arguments that the footage is fake. And we could talk anything about audio delays. You can talk about the fact that the signal didn't crap out when it probably should have. You can talk about a lot of things there.
Well, one of the things that was brought to my attention by a friend of mine was that in 1968, I believe it was, we had a breakthrough with satellite technology where we could broadcast live from the United States to, I think it was Japan, for the Olympics. Pretty sure that's the way it went.
The Beatles. All you need is love.
I wasn't around for all that, but I understand that when they were watching the Olympics and junk, it was live via satellite. And
the Beatles.
So the question,
the Beatles did it first. The first satellite transmission around the world was the Beatles. All you need is love.
Do you know when that was? Ballpark?
67.
Okay, so same time frame, right?
Yeah, of course. Yeah.
So if we're just for the first time able to broadcast live to other places in the world, right? Is it reasonable to conclude that we could also do it live from the moon? With no satellites, no boosters, no nothing. Just do it, right? Oh, and it wasn't digital at that time. It was analog. We didn't have digital technology yet.
But analog. Analog's beautiful. It's beautiful technology. It's actually it's better than digital.
Well, that might be true, but it's more energy intensive. It's less efficient, and therefore it might be a little bit more difficult to get all the way to the moon with it. I don't know, just my thoughts. Not my thoughts, by the way. A friend of mine pointed it out to me, and I said, "Oh, that makes sense. I hadn't even thought about that."
Yeah, I mean, they got what is it called? They went from valve technology. They had the chip. What was it called? The integrated circuit. The integrated circuit.
Well, we had just come out with transistors at this point.
Yeah, well, that's the IC changed everything. Otherwise, they would have had valve all over the spacecraft.
Yep,
that would have been
imagine that.
Cool. That would be like, that would have been good.
Which would have been like, I don't know, because I did enjoy Star Trek, but also a lot of there was some Star Trek episodes where the transporter went out of whack, and when it was going out of whack, you would hear a poof, and it would sound like a transistor, not a transistor, sorry, it sounded like a vacuum tube blowing with a little bit of smoke. Because they were transitioning from tube technology to transistor, which doesn't give you that same effect. So clearly, when they were coming up with stuff on Star Trek, they were thinking in terms of what would happen with the tubes.
You know, Star Trek, Gene Roddenberry, there's a conspiracy right with him. You know what I mean? You know, yeah, he's an interesting character. That was a very interesting. I mean, it's more to do with the social political climate of the times, but he's an interesting character. Star Trek's very, very interesting to delve into. But
Absolutely.
not the topic here, but Gene Roddenberry, if people want to look into him, he was very, very intelligent. What was the thing? Boldly Go, where he was, Boldly Go, where no man has gone before. Now, when it was done in what year did Star Trek premiere? I'll just look that up, Doc. Hang on.
What you mean? What year did Star Trek start?
Yeah,
I think they had 2 pilots. So I think the first pilot was around 1963 or 4. Then they did it again 65. The official series went 66 to 69.
Yeah, original series debuted on NBC on September 8, 66.
But the pilot was shot multiple times before, and they changed different characters in the pilot. Nurse Chapel, on one of the pilots, Nurse Chapel was essentially number 1, or basically, I guess, Mr. Spock's role. The second in command, in other words, and they didn't want a female as second in command, so they had to rework it. So all these little subtle things,
Mm.
They didn't like having an alien at one point, and then Gene Roddenberry was firm on, we need to have this character. We have to have this character, from another planet with, that's part logic based and part emotion based, and we need that.
I mean, it's unbelievable that the series ran September 8, 1966 and finished June 3, 1969. And then the next month, they're on the moon. It's almost as if it was a psyop, if you know what I'm saying.
Well, we don't want to get into it too much, but I guess you could also bring up Stanley Kubrick's 2001 and make the same statement.
Well, that was
I hope you're listening.
Proof of concept, that really was proof of concept. And we haven't really seen a better proof of concept. Maybe Blade Runner was as good, but damn, that's the first, that film's incredible.
Great movie.
Absolutely. And you have to watch it. You have to watch it to recognize what a good job Kubrick did. It visually making it look as much like the real deal as possible. It's incredible. It's incredible. I've posted this thing again, and I still don't see it on my channel. What the hell?
A little bit about the audio delay. So they mathematically figured out it takes about 1.28 seconds for something to be transmitted from Earth to the moon, and then another 1.28 seconds to go from the moon back. So you have a minimum of 2.58 seconds that it needs to be before they should be able to reply to something. And in the original audio from Spacecraft Films, that's the company that NASA used to produce and put out those films to purchase, there are certain instances where that delay is not present. That's one of the arguments that conspiracy theorists point to.
Wow. So, Angelic, the video that I was talking about is called "It Could Only Be One Thing, a UFO." Can you see it yet?
I'll just check. Give me a second. If you could only hang on.
It could only be one thing, a UFO.
Yep, I've got it. Got it.
Excellent. Yep. And I guess it's ready to play.
Yeah, I'll bring it up. Dun, dun, dun. Well, I've just got to not fuck this up. Dun.
I
How's
purposely, for the most part, all
Vangelis?
these clips are about 2 or 3 minutes. If it's longer than that, I'll let you know.
How's the opening shot of Blade Runner with that and just fuck, ding, ding, ding. It's just so we're going there.
What the hell are you guys talking about?
Proof of concept. Ridley Scott. His first film's great. If I just to the side, his first film's called The Duelist or something. Oh, it's fucking great. It's got.
You're talking about the video impact, right?
No. Here we go. I can add this to stage, and here we go. So this is. Oh shit. This is. Here we go.
Is it possible to make it any bigger?
But 3 days and 200,000 miles into the flight,
Thank you.
Mission Control did miss the significance of a cryptic message from the astronauts.
Do you have any idea where the S4B is with respect to us? Stand by.
The crew required information on the current position of the S4B, the final stage of the rocket, which had been jettisoned away 2 days earlier. This short message hid an extraordinary turn of events. Apollo 11 wasn't alone in space.
There was something out there that was close enough to be observed, and what could it be?
Traveling alongside Apollo 11 was a mysterious object, like this one filmed on a later mission. If the object wasn't part of Apollo's rocket, it could be only one thing: a UFO.
NASA knew very little about the object reported by the Apollo 11 crew. It was obviously an unidentified flying object, but such objects were not uncommon, and the history of even Earth orbit space flights going back over the previous years indicated that several crews saw objects.
Despite having a clear view of the UFO, the crew were wary of reporting it to Mission Control.
Now, obviously, the three of us were not going to blurt out, "Hey, Houston, we got something moving alongside of us, and we don't know what it is. Can you tell us what it is?" We weren't about to do that because we know that those transmissions would be heard by all sorts of people, and who knows what somebody would have demanded that we turn back because of aliens or whatever the reason is. So we didn't do that, but we did decide we just cautiously ask Houston, how far away was the S4B?
Unaware of the drama unfolding in space, Mission Control radioed the position back to Apollo 11.
Apollo 11, Houston, the S4B is about 6,000 nautical miles from you now, over.
And a few moments later, they came back and said something like it was 6,000 miles away because of the maneuver. So we really didn't think we were looking at something that far away. So we decided that after a while of watching it, it was time to go to sleep and not to talk about it anymore until we came back in debriefing.
To this day, whatever it was the crew saw has never been positively identified or officially acknowledged.
The possibility that you might encounter aliens in space has to be considered in a very sensible and positive and realistic way. There were a lot of people within the program who went off later and became convinced that UFOs existed. And that led to some concern on NASA's part, where they got the agreement of the crew never to publicly talk about these things for fear of ridicule.
So they did go. There you go.
Well, it's an interesting point to this video. To me, it's a powerful video in terms of just kind of digesting and thinking about things. So first of all, it's worth mentioning that it wasn't just them asking, where is this S4B? And maybe I should talk about what the S4B is, but it's not just them asking, what's the S4B or where is it? But then, you know, Houston letting them know this is where it's at, 6,000 miles away. So regardless of whether the argument is, oh, well, the S4B stayed with the ship. No, NASA's telling them, no, it's 6,000 miles away. It's not with your ship.
So the fact that NASA, so they'll have you speaking in tongues.
Right. Well, the nice part of that is not just the fact that they asked, where is it, but also that the response was that it's 6,000 miles away from you. And
yeah,
it's
they're having a
like,
conversation.
Why the hell are you asking?
Exactly. Conversation within a conversation.
Now, but the other interesting thing to me is that, did anyone notice that within the capsule, the footage being broadcast was in color? Why didn't they use that throughout the entire mission, since this is like this is the biggest accomplishment in mankind? Wouldn't you want to use the best technology for the best video? Use that color footage instead, because everything I remember seeing was black and white.
I don't think did they have the technology to beam color at that point? Satellites to handle color footage? I'm not sure.
Star Trek was in color and it was on TV.
Yeah, of course. Yeah, you transition to color well and truly. Bewitched.
I'm pretty sure. Yeah, Star Trek came before Apollo moon landing. Star Trek was on TV in living color.
Yeah. Yeah. I love those late 60s shows. That was so good.
Oh, where they announce it's in living color on NBC.
Were they all psyops, Doc? All those late 60s shows, were they just all psyops?
Well, I think that the reason I liked Star Trek, and we were talking about Gene Roddenberry, he would sneak stuff into his show. So like William Shatner is still with us, and even if he's a difficult person to deal with at times, I think he was a great actor, and I liked what he did. I don't know, it's a diversion and a tangent, but I got to say it because I love the story. So he was the first with an interracial kiss on television, right? William Shatner. Do we all know that?
Yeah, with Uhura.
With Uhura. Do we know how it happened? Apparently, he told a story in an interview where there were like a bunch of suits there, and they did the take, right? And a bunch of suits are there saying, I don't know about this. I don't think this is going to play well in the South, and I think we need to redo that also until we can figure this out. We need to redo that scene without the kiss as well. And Shatner's like pissed off because he's like, I got to be in character, Captain Kirk. Of course he's going to kiss her. Of course he's going to kiss her. Come on, man. It's Captain Kirk. And so he's pissed off. Shatner says he's pissed off. And so to satisfy the suits, they did the scene. But while doing the scene, he was crossing his eyes. And the suits couldn't see it. But Roddenberry saw it and starts laughing. They cross the eyes. The suits leave. They shut it all down. We're done. Great. And then when they get into editing, they realized he crossed his eyes. We can't use this. What are we going to do? And eventually the suits and everybody at NBC said, go ahead and run it then. Or Desi Lou or whatever it was. Go ahead and run it then.
Desi Lou, there you go. You've mentioned the biggest name in Hollywood, really.
And actually, Star Trek wouldn't have happened without Lucille Ball, because she was the one who
Exactly.
said, "I want to see this thing happen. I want this
Yeah.
show to happen." Everybody else says, "No, thank you."
She
Real
was
quick.
incredible.
Yeah, well, real quick, I was just going to say, Pavel, $10 super chat, Moon Show. Thank you very much, Pavel.
Thank you, Pavel,
Thank you, Pavel.
and Mrs. Pavel. I'm sure. Thank you both.
So that's an interesting. So we've got the. That's very interesting. About there's a couple of there's. Go on.
I was going to say the other thing worth mentioning before we move on from this clip is the fact that he emphasizes we weren't about to say anything. Why? Anything that they say, they know that that's all part of broadcast because the stuff was being broadcast, right? So if they made this statement about, I think we have a UFO up here, that's going to be broadcast. And
Interesting comment from Forbin. They couldn't transmit the real image then. They displayed the high resolution good image on a studio monitor and aimed a TV camera at that monitor. That is the low res image the world saw in July 1969. That's what I've heard as well.
Well, I would call this baby steps, right? Because the official narrative is that the footage was not fake. So the fact that some folks are willing to say no, all the footage was fake, or a portion of the footage was fake, or whatever their position is, I would say that's a baby step then in the right direction. And congratulations.
So what were some of the problems with the footage, Doc? I know there's been the shadow talk. I know there's been the way that the lunar surface almost looked like mud at times that people thought was odd. What do you think?
Well, I mean, there's that, and also the biggest issue had to do with the irregularities of the shadows, right? We've talked about that. I don't know if we want to bring it up, but there's an image, a famous image of the Apollo 11. We might as well get to it. It blew Diego's mind twice. We might as well talk about it, and we might as well put it up. Tommy, do you know which one I'm talking about? I think you brought it up on that previous show, in fact. I mean, you found it on the internet, but I can look for it too.
What is it? Apollo 11?
It's NASA Apollo 11, and it's the flag.
Let's see.
Colonel Flag. That's a MASH reference.
Is it the one where you're talking about how there's no shadow?
Correct. And I'm looking for it here too.
All right, I'll email it to him.
I have it on my computer, but it's a matter of finding it, and I have found it. It's a matter of finding the one on the internet, so then you can bring it up. And I'm pulling up the actual NASA image.
I just sent it to Angelic.
You did? Okay, perfect.
I'm being followed by a moon shadow, moon shadow, moon shadow. Yeah. There we go. Downloading. Oh, I see. I haven't seen this. Oh, how cool. No, I have not.
I sent you one.
Let's see if it's the same one.
Yeah.
I have not seen this. Hang on, wait.
Let me clip the one that I've got, and then that way we can be sure we're talking about the same image. The one that I've got is from nasa.gov.
Colonel Flag.
That's MASH. Love that.
Yeah,
love that show.
I love that. I love that character.
That was hilarious. That was hilarious.
I've got. Which one should I bring up first?
You could bring up the one with no writing on it.
Yeah. I'll bring up the one with no
writing. Okay.
No.
Yeah, I got two photos. I sent them.
Okay.
Yeah. So this is the
part of the
supposed.
fun. I'm going to find out what it is.
This is the supposed, the original.
There we go. Yes.
Look at that. The greatest achievement in humanity, and all we can do is talk it down.
And that's Aldrin. They say that's Aldrin standing there in terms of which astronaut. So, and again, you know, because of those shields the way they are, you can't tell who's inside the suit, can you?
But look
But
over
they
there.
tell us-
But look over there at the land with those bits of shit hanging off it. I mean, that's
Yeah.
what you can. What? That's detail, man. If you're going to make a fake lander and just go, oh, we better hang some bits of shit.
We're gonna put some string hanging on it and stuff.
That's pretty high quality detail. I mean, that's Kubrick. You know, he's just brilliant. You know, whoever did the dress, it was a dress setting. What do you
know
call
what?
it? Set dressing.
I didn't know where you were heading with that, but that's an excellent point. If you look at 2001, Kubrick did that kind of detail with 2001.
Yeah, it's fucking great detail.
And talking about Kubrick, he was able to recreate a B-52, and that's what got him into the whole NASA collaboration, was when he made that movie, and I can't remember the movie, but when he did the movie and he recreated the B-52.
Dr. Strangelove.
Exactly. He made it so good that they're like blown away and like, you know, is this legal?
Sterling Hayden is the general in Doctor Strangelove. It's such a great performance by him. He was a fringe Hollywood actor, very much a man's man, did his own thing, but man, he's funny in that. That's fucking great, that film. Anyway, so this is the original image. This is a Hasselblad medium format photo taken by. Do we know who it's taken by?
You can see that the lunar module is in the photo as well, which means it was taken by the other astronaut.
Yeah. So this is
and someone told me there's no actual photograph of Neil Armstrong on the moon.
No, only the one where he reflects in the visor.
Yeah.
Isn't
that kind of crazy?
Yeah, it's crazy, but you know, he's
just a coincidence.
He's an unassuming guy, man.
Yeah, you know, and it's a coincidence.
All American hero. Come on,
I forgot to get a picture of myself here.
I mean, we know Lux would get pictures of himself, but true great.
I went to Japan and I forgot to take a few pictures when I was in Yokohama. I took them in Tokyo, but I forgot about Yokohama. It happens.
It happens.
It happens.
As I said, if you're just on point, you're just getting 1 foot in front. I'm not going there again. The other photo, I'll bring up the other photo.
A side topic is
the shadow. There's no shadow.
Before we even get to the shadows, I want to point out that the cameras that take these pictures is a Hasselblad, right?
Yeah.
There's no viewfinder.
No.
So most people don't know that. There's no viewfinder. So how did they take the picture? Well, they just aim their body, position their body, and then go ahead and click.
Correct.
Isn't that impressive? And with all of that, I don't remember seeing any pictures that came out half-cocked.
They had photographic grading.
They were all
Come
pretty
on.
decent. Well, you know, they practiced though too. I'm sure they were professionals and they were military and they were astronauts, and so they spent probably thousands of hours practicing how to use a camera with no viewfinder because they were dedicated.
Yeah. You know what? I had moon boots when I was a kid. Anyone else have moon boots? Tommy, don't laugh. They're cool. They're like ski boots.
That could be an age thing. Let's just say I'm not going to confirm or deny whether I was actually in a classroom when they were playing the videos, but I don't remember any moon boots.
In the 70s, they were cool. Space 1999, that's another show that did it well. Ooh.
Moon boots in the 70s, huh?
Yeah, moon boots. I'll bring up the other one.
Yeah, where's the shadow under the flag?
Where's the flag's shadow? And if you want to zoom in on it, I don't know if you're able to zoom in on it on the flag, but where is the shadow?
What? You know the shadow.
In other words, let's step back. You see the astronaut there, right?
Is that not
the astronaut standing there? It's Buzz Aldrin, right? You see him, and you see his shadow right?
This
Okay. And
is
obviously
good,
the lunar module is there, or the lunar lander, or whatever they call the thing. And you see its shadow, very large, right?
Yeah.
But where's the flagpole's shadow?
The gallows pole. I don't know where it is. And you know what? I could say the angle.
By the way, this is where Diego came in.
The angle could put the flag inside the shadow of the lamb.
You can see the shadows pointing to the right, correct?
You can see all the shadows pointing to the
What's
right.
this left shadow here? What's this left shadow?
It's from something that's out of
It's out of shot. Yeah, it's another shadow. Yeah.
So where is it, Angelic?
I don't know.
You want to zoom in? Are we able to zoom in?
We need Lux to zoom. Hang on, let's see. Lux is Zoom King. How do I get?
I don't know if we want to do that.
Might get to strike for zooming.
I need to work on a Lux impression.
I can't zoom.
I need to do that.
Shadows are attached to their objects. You are correct.
Or are the objects attached to the shadow? It all depends on how you work it in the studio.
that is slightly just this. Hey, there's a wire on the ground here. Have you seen that? There's actually a lead.
I'm glad that we didn't test this. I'm glad we're doing this live because Angelic.
You know, there's another thing to talk about besides the shadow.
Have I done something wrong, Tommy?
No, you've done great, Angelic.
No, this is perfect, and it's
fantastic.
Folks know it's minimally prepared. I put some clips on my channel. That's
I see the wire too, Angelic. What the hell is that?
What is that wire? It looks like extension cord.
I didn't know what you were talking about, and now I see it. What the hell is that?
What the hell?
And keep in mind, this photograph came from NASA, so this is an official NASA photograph. It's on the NASA.gov, right, Tommy?
Yeah, absolutely.
It's plugged into the outlet.
What is that, Angelic? I've never seen that before.
Never have I either. I've never seen it.
To look. I was so busy looking at the lack of shadow on the flagpole.
Look at the flagpole, Doc, and then look all the way down to where it says Pride and Pinion, okay? And you'll see this like string or snake or something.
I see it. It looks like a little cord down there.
It's an extension cord.
Right where their footprints are.
I think PW did that.
Like somebody walked out with the thing, let me just plug it in, and then they walked back away. And they left the cord behind.
What the hell?
You pull up the other photo. Let's just make sure that's in the other one.
But this is NASA. That's why I said this is coming from NASA.gov. It's not like somebody's hoaxing or something. This is NASA.gov's photo.
Angelic just had a huge discovery. I think we're gonna have to go national with that.
Where's the other?
I gotta talk to some of my friends about it. I gotta tell you, I hadn't noticed, and they hadn't either, or they were holding out on me.
Mookie's is saying that's where they pissed.
I've made a discovery. I'm a somebody.
You know, it's worth mentioning, by the way, that the astronauts went the same way as race drivers in their pants. So just think about it.
This is low resi. This is low. There's the wire.
Good, but I still see the wire on the left.
The wire's still there. Hey, that's my wire. The angelic wire. From this day forth.
You know what? I don't know anybody else had ever mentioned this extension cord wire.
I've never seen that.
It is Angelic's wire. It's Angelic's wire because I didn't know.
I've made a discovery. This is going to firmly put me in the conspiracy camp now.
And
now that I have my own discovery, yes,
cousin Angelic, welcome to the club. You are now one of the most hated after Doc BBW. You're one of the most hated.
The real question is, how has nobody else seen that before? Because that's pretty prominent right there.
Yeah.
Well, you know, it's interesting when we get to the topic of the stars.
Yeah.
Part of the reason for the lack of stars is just the fact that years later you have people analyzing, and somebody like Cousin Angelic says, "Hey, why is that star there when it belongs over there?" That's all it takes. Somebody notices where everybody else didn't bother to notice. That's all
Damasco,
it
yeah,
takes.
it's Neil's guitar amp wire. Yeah. That would have been cool if they had taken like a Strat up to the moon instead of golf
It would have
clubs.
been it would have been easier than that golf cart that they took up there.
That bug. How did they do
Moon
that?
buggy.
That's
Moon buggy
another.
was so. It might be worth mentioning. So the ship was the same, like the Saturn V, and all the components were the same from Apollo 11 through. Which one was it that had the moon buggy? Apollo 15?
I think so.
I don't remember which one introduced the moon buggy, but where the heck did they put it in the ship? It's a fairly big buggy. Where the hell did they put it? And they
On the
never
roof
show
rack.
anybody pulling it out. Where does it
On
go?
the-
Where does it fit? On the roof rack? Exactly. On the
I don't know where the tires were. I mean, those tires, they were serious.
Well, they blew
tires.
them up. They probably blew the tires up when they got there. I could see them doing that. Blow the
That
tires up.
technology, they had some sort of special technology in those wheels. Oh, I wish I remembered what it was, but pretty
And
advanced.
they probably had a hand pump that they could just inflate the tires once they got there.
I was strolling on the moon one day in the merry, merry month of May. Have you seen that clip?
Oh yes, I remember seeing that. I'm looking
Yeah.
to see what the guy said that's saying I'm an idiot. Which, trust me, it's not the first time I've heard this.
I tell him at least twice a week.
Moon tuk. It went pretty quick, that moon. You know what surprises me about them on the moon when they're Apollo 15 or whatever it is, 16 with the buggy, is just how like they're running around, falling over. They don't care about like any punctures in their spacesuits or any of this shit. They're just right. You know what I mean? It's like
That is true when they're bouncing around.
Yeah.
If they got even the tiniest of holes, they're going to be dead.
I don't get that. How can you just fall over and just be running around and playing golf? And, you know, they're driving that buggy and it's going over doing jumps and shit. It's like, what the fuck is going on here?
I never thought about that. It's one small step for man.
One pinprick for
one
fucking
scary leap. One scary leap for mankind.
One pinprick from a bit of wire on the buggy, you know, just any bit of shit. It broke down. They had to repair it, I think, too. I think it broke. Didn't it break down? Yeah. But these were real men. Back then, men were men.
That's right. They didn't give a damn. The same way as they're going to go through Van Allen's belt. They don't care. They're going to bounce around on the moon, and if they get a small tear in their astronaut suit, they're just going to die heroically. But they're going to bounce around and jump around.
This is the narrative. This is the narrative. They were men, and everything after that, we're just soy.
Did we decide where the shadow is there, Angelic? Did you find it yet? I know you found the cord.
He found something else remarkable.
You found something completely different, like Monty Python. But
yeah,
did you find the shadow yet?
No, I haven't found the shadow, and that is a little bit disturbing, to say the least.
Do you want to know what Diego said? Because Diego had read what was on NASA's website in terms of an official response to this.
Yes, please.
And he came on. He came on when I was doing the show with Mental Jocks. Somehow we brought up this one photograph as far as the moon thing. As far as I went, bring up that photograph, and he came on twice saying, "I don't have time to stay," and then he basically talked for a minute and jumped off. But if I recall, his argument was, and their argument is, that there's diffuse light on the surface of the moon. that you have such a reflective surface that you have light bouncing around all over, and therefore the shadow is removed because of the multiple sources of light because of this diffuse light on the lunar surface. That was the argument. Is that about right, Tommy? Do you remember if did I leave anything out?
I read something about, like, it said the shadow was like out of frame to the right, but it's like, how could it not be in this photo? I don't get that.
Yeah, I
Well,
was thinking
certainly
that.
Diego came on talking about the diffuse light and the fact that the moon is so bright that you have light being reflected all over the surface.
I know that's the argument for why shadows don't look parallel. They say it's perspective, and they say that the luminosity of the dust, because it reflects the light, can alter the shadows a bit. That's the argument.
Well, I would counter argue.
And yet, every other object is shadowed except the one object that's in the center of the frame.
Bingo, baby. You're good. That's exactly what I was going to say. That's exactly what I was going to say.
It's pretty good. Well, if they didn't doctor it, I mean, that's been doctored. It has to have been doctored because it's not there. It's not right.
Some of us might conclude that, but I don't know if everybody's coming along for that ride. But certainly, it begs the question: where's the shadow? Now, in terms of the diffuse light, let me just say very briefly, expanding on what you just said, Angelic, that if you had diffuse light obscuring the shadow, then all the shadows would be obscured. The astronaut shadow, at least to some extent. If you argue, oh, but it's only the thinner shadows that get obscured, then look at the thin shadows off of the lunar module in the background there, and you can see very thin shadows being laid down by the lunar module.
Yeah. You can.
So,
that's
again,
a great
where's the shadow from the flag?
It's a great
and
image.
I had somebody come up to me that knows me and near the morgue knows me and said, oh, by the way, have you seen this? So I hadn't even paid attention to this. I think this happened a couple years ago when I told you about it, Tommy.
Oh, yeah?
I don't know. I don't remember. It's just one of the guys comes up and says, I know you're into this, Doc. Where's the shadow?
Damn, it's a good one. I hadn't seen this either. I've seen a lot of stuff.
But you know what?
Wire.
I'm sure I saw this as a kid in the 80s, and I'm building models and stuff. I'm sure I saw it. I'm sure I saw this picture back then. I just never analyzed it.
Yeah.
You know?
Doc, just so you know, Mookie was able to find the Diego appearance. It's in the private chat, Angelic, if you don't mind.
Oh, play the clip. Play the clip.
Playing the clip. Members only content. I can't get it.
We'll let you play it anyway.
I can't get it.
You can't access it?
No.
Wow. I wonder if I access it and I put it on my channel, then you'll be able to access it.
Yeah. That would work.
Seems kind of cumbersome, Tommy, but you want me to do that?
It's up to you, man. You're the one who likes to.
Diego deserves so much airtime.
Mookie will make it public. Oh yeah, I just forgot. I could do that too. This is dungeon.
That's an easier way to do it. That's probably an easier way to do it. Why don't we do that?
Hey, Mookie's on it. He's on it. Thanks, Mookie.
Thank you, Mookie. I have another request too when we're off air.
Oh,
I need a clip. I need a clip from Mookie.
He's earning that chief tech position that he applied for today. I'll tell you that.
No good deed goes unpunished. Now everybody's going to come asking him.
I just tried to find anything online about that wire, and I didn't see anything.
I swear, when that guy showed me this flag a couple of years back, I did a whole bunch of looking on the internet for explanation. I don't remember any mention of that. None.
Wow.
Is it worth? I'm just on a side, because after all, I do have to maintain my my reputation as a quack. There's some photographs from Mars where people swear that when they analyze them, they can see rodents.
Yeah, I've seen some good Mars stuff, but that's
another. That might be another show.
What about that thing in the rocks? That was a freaky one.
Exactly. Like
wow.
The was that from Mars?
Yeah, the crab thing. Yeah.
They actually have some from the moon as well, where you see a rock with a number on it.
It's public now, Angelic, just so you know.
Okay.
What show is that from? I know the song, but I don't know the show.
Isn't that the ABC in wonderful United States theme? Wasn't that the theme? Or was it?
Or it could have been National Geographic.
Yeah, that's what it
One
might
or the
be.
other.
Yeah.
It's one or the other. It's either the news introduction for ABC or it might be National Geographic. It's one of those two. It's funny though. I know the tune.
Yeah, it's from I think it's from the 70s.
From the 70s, yeah. Every now and again you pull up a YouTube video and there it is.
Okay. I'm playing.
That can create shadows on the moon. Have you ever been outside in a full moon and there's a shadow cast? How does that happen when there's no sun? Oh, wait, the moon. The moon can catch shadows. There's multiple,
you know what, Diego?
There's multiple light sources on the moon. It's not just the sun. Okay? I gotta go.
So we're talking about. You know what, Diego? You can go, mate. Thank you for that. Fuck you, Doc. Ha ha ha. Well, mother.
Anyone knows about space?
So that
means I'm just gonna say, Jock, we might be in trouble tonight.
So that means that the spaceship has a singular. If you noticed that they didn't let me do any rebuttal. And it's because I was the only one that maybe not to out him, but he says he's out anyway. It's possible that 30 Danny also shared my opinion, but everybody else was a little bit angry with me, mental jocks especially. And I was just having fun.
Doc, look at this from Ron. Oh God. We keep those conversations private, Ron. Thanks.
I was gonna not even comment at all. I wasn't even gonna comment as far as you commented, Tommy, but
it was too funny. I had to bring it up.
Gee. But anyway, they didn't allow me to comment that diffuse light, as Angelic very wisely recognized. Diffuse light would apply to all of the objects in the vicinity and not just the flag. So,
yeah, that would make sense. That would make logical
sense.
Yeah.
Angelic, oh yeah, go ahead, Angelic. Go ahead.
No, I was just saying I brought the picture up just because it's good to look at.
I was going to say I also sent you the photo of the LEM, which looks the most school project-y.
Okay. Oh, look at this. Yes.
And I'm just going to say, by the way, this photograph, because I took photography classes, right? This photograph is so well balanced. It's hard to believe an amateur took it. Just
what this photograph now? This photograph or the next one?
The photograph we're looking at with the flag there in color. Everything else is essentially black and white. The flag in the center is in color, and the balance between black and white with the color image in the very center, it's as close to perfect as you can imagine. I mean, maybe they could have shifted it slightly leftward to get that flag in the center, but they wanted the astronaut also key to that. So I'd say it was about as perfect as you're going to get for an amateur photograph.
Looks like Zeppi took it with one of his DSLRs.
Except, of course, this was all with analog, and and there was no
format.
viewfinder.
Medium format. That's pretty decent film.
And also, the cameras were not modified for any radiation protection. That's worth mentioning. For anybody who's ever
or dust.
For anybody who's ever taken a camera, because I have an old, and I do have some film as well. I've taken some film photographs in the last 10 or so years. And if you take it through TSA, it can damage it. Just TSA can damage it. Imagine what the moon might do.
Okay, here we go. It's the next image.
Now that's impressive.
My God.
I got to go back to Angelic's argument, though. If they know they're faking it, why are they doing this?
My God.
That looks like paper mache and like random tinfoil.
And then they got some guys at Houston saying, I think we did a great job with that, and I'm glad it's holding up.
Man, if I rap the drums that badly, those drum. I mean.
Oh no, Ron. Ron. All right. We got to make sure that everybody understands that Ron is in fact Jewish.
Well, 44%.
Well, part Jewish.
Man, that photo is crazy, isn't it, Angelic?
It's unbelievable.
Where did you find this, by the way? Is this from NASA or some other site?
I just went on Google Images and found this, which was posted all over the place.
Well, if it's Google Images, then it's basically CIA approved.
Look at the way that the what do they call not the boosters, the little rockets that are just on the edge there. Just this thing looks like.
It makes me think about this. Tommy, can you find the video footage where Neil Armstrong almost died trying to navigate and land this lunar module on Earth testing?
I can try.
Yeah, it's a classic. Yeah.
I know you've seen it, Angelic. I know I've seen it, but I have a feeling a lot of the punters haven't seen it, because it's amazing that they had such a struggle with it on Earth, but somehow they were able to land on the moon every single time that they tried, and no failures. Nothing like Japan landing upside down.
Those tent poles
in this century, not last century.
I don't know. Tent pole technology existed back in the 60s. It's aluminium, isn't it? It's aluminum.
Yeah. Yes. And in terms of shielding for radiation, very thin. It's not going to provide much protection.
I put the video doc in the private chat.
You see it there, Angelic?
Angelic is on it. I've just got to get back to the module. This is like trying to re-enter the spacecraft. It's fucking hard. I've got a lot of windows
They should have hired
open.
you for missile command.
Well, of course, you haven't put in the thousands of hours of training that the astronauts put in, so they wouldn't make any mistakes. Is it too early to talk about Apollo 13? Let's talk about that at some point soon.
Yeah, right after the video, we can do that, Doc. Sure.
Where's the fucking video?
In the private chat.
No, I brought it up.
And it's not playing?
In the module. The lunar module.
Yeah, hang on. I just there we go. Okay. Okay, here we go.
I was trying to remember how it ended.
Children try to master the lunar module, knowing that it can be only so realistic on Earth.
They were pilots. They were trained to fly in Earth's atmosphere. Those skills are completely useless at the moon because there's no atmosphere.
They needed something called the Lunar Landing Training Vehicle. which was a special machine designed to replicate flying in the moon's 1/6 gravity, even though you were still on Earth. Astronauts call it the flying bedstead. In the center, a big jet engine that points straight down, with a pilot's seat bolted on top. Each flight is a precarious venture. There was no safety net. If you tilted too far, you could just fall out of the sky. You really had to be on your toes. In 1968, Neil Armstrong prepares for his 21st flight in the Lunar Lander trainer.
Here we go.
The first 20 went well. But this one suffers a rare malfunction. All of a sudden it lurched, kind of tipped over on one side.
Good thing they had an ejection seat.
With no time to spare, he was really close to a fatal accident. He was able to eject just in time.
There we go.
So interestingly, how they try to cover for it now, right? And say, oh, it's completely different when you're landing one of these without an atmosphere. It's completely different when you have a different, lesser gravitational field.
Absolutely.
I think you still have the same control issues regardless. You have to be able to control it. And there were no computers helping to control it. And that's the problem.
He was a hero.
Neil?
All these aspersions cast on Neil. The
Well,
real Neil.
I wouldn't argue too much about that, against that idea that he's a hero. I just think he was forced into something that I don't think he really wanted to do. And I think that comes out in the press conference when he's speaking there, and they're all sort of like, it's almost like a hostage video. And then also the fact that Neil Armstrong didn't do interviews. The others did, but he refused to do interviews. I think he only did maybe 2.
Fascinating, isn't it? That he didn't speak much. It's so true.
No. And of course, to be the first to step foot on the moon, you would think that he would want to talk about it. He would
Imagine
want to
if
talk about
Marcelo
the
did
joyous
it.
experience. Oh.
If Marcelo was the first, he would have been talking for 20 years straight.
Well, he'd still be talking.
Yeah,
He'd be talking still right now.
Don't forget, Marcelo is going to London. You can help him out on his broadcasts.
He paid for 2 commercials, did he?
Blacklightdeep@gmail.com. So where are we now? We're at the point now that landing, we've had a look at that photo. That is disturbing, to say the least.
Should we talk about the data that was collected?
Oh, yeah, the telemetry data.
Because, I guess we should say what telemetry data means for people who haven't heard the term. It just refers to the data that's collected essentially during the mission from the various sources, including tracking in space. That's important, but basically all the data that can be put together to recreate the mission, essentially, right, Tommy? I mean, am I missing something?
No, biological data, the health data, their blood pressure, all that stuff was being monitored, where they are in space, the geographical data. So all of this stuff was collected. And Doc, was it magnetized or something? What happened to this stuff, to this data?
Well, it was collected, it was stored, and Angelic, if you play the clip that's titled, it's titled NASA Apollo Moon Landing Telemetry Tapes Erased.
NASA Apollo. Yep. Wait a second. Just let me bring it up.
Wait a minute. Half a second. Wait a second here. You're not going to play that, are you?
Tapes. So where is it? Was all recorded on these telemetry tapes. So where is this hard evidence?
I haven't seen anything that indicates the telemetry data is even in existence. And as I said, even if we had it, we don't have the machines to play it back.
Huh.
But your own research has shown the telemetry data is missing.
That's right.
Could this be true? Mankind's first interplanetary exploration and the original science data is missing?
This is Houston, radio check, over.
If it's anywhere, it should be here at NASA's Goddard Space Center in Maryland, home to the National Space Science Data Archives.
This film you're making now, what is it? Does it have a name? I mean, have you have a name for it yet, or
You're calling it Did We Go?
Did we go? Okay.
Doesn't have it either. The Smithsonian doesn't have it. Johnson doesn't have it.
Right. We've been unable to track it down. I mean, we don't know where this telemetry data ended up, and we don't know what path it may have taken. So, unfortunately, I'm afraid I can't really give you much of a clue as to where this data ended up and whether it still exists or not.
NASA admitted that it had lost the original footage of man's first steps on the moon. My next guest, Aaron Rainin, started out believing the official version of history. Tell us why you have changed your mind and now become a skeptic.
I was the first to report, and you played the clip earlier tonight, that all the science data, the telemetry data was missing. Now, Geraldo, for NASA to come out and say that all the tapes were erased, I mean, it's incredible. Geraldo, this isn't just one tape. This is rooms of tape labeled Apollo 11 moon landing. Someone had to physically go and erase it. And it just, I really, in my heart, Geraldo, I want us to go. And I know all your viewers want us to go.
We're also joined in LA by Bill Nye, the science guy. Bill, Aaron's right about erasing this tape.
No, okay, it's my turn, kids. Okay. So what happened, these are NASA tapes, and I got lost. Stuff happens.
Okay. It's very challenging to try to prove landing on the moon, and it shouldn't be challenging. The tape should be there. There should be plenty of evidence.
And Bill, you're the one guy on the panel who hasn't been punched by Buzz Aldrin. You say Buzz and his buddy is really right.
I said, "Hey, Buzz, could you be on the show tonight?" He's like, "In the hospital, can't talk long." I asked him, "Did you walk on the moon?" And he said, "Yeah." He said, "Yeah, I have." So I'm going to trust Buzz.
Well,
I could trust you.
Well, I mean, let's say you trusted your television set, really, didn't you? That's how most of us believed it.
No, I got it from Buzz.
Yeah,
I got it from Buzz.
I mean, for instance, let's think about what you believe on TV. I'm actually nowhere near this bridge. I mean, Glenn, to me, it's incredible that we can keep track of Egyptian pots from 2,000 years ago, but we lose tapes made only 40 years ago.
Well, wait a minute. There is a very good explanation.
Well, I'm just an expert on the moon landing. And what I can say, and I know you have a tape there, is I tracked down Gene Kranz, who's the flight director of Apollo 11. He admitted to me the tapes are missing.
All right, go ahead. Play Gene Kranz, please.
I haven't seen anything that indicates the telemetry data is even in existence. And as I said, even if we had it, we don't have the machines to play it back.
But your own research has shown the telemetry data is missing.
That's right.
So there you go.
Is that a failure
Pretty funny.
Is that a failure of just government departments let's just assume there was telemetry data on those massive tapes. Well, I don't know what it's.
As Tommy was pointing out, the telemetry data is more than just one tape. There'd be data on each one of the astronauts, right? Because each one of the astronauts had a doctor assigned to that astronaut. So there'd be data on all those astronauts, right? And then there'd be data on different aspects of the equipment that was used to get there, because everything was compartmentalized. So just like the guy who's working on reentry, there's reentry data that guy was busy working with. But then every other aspect of the project has data. So it'd be a room full, just like the gentleman said, it'd be a room full of tapes or drives or whatever format they were using. And the Kratz guy was interestingly saying, even if we had it, we wouldn't be able to read it. Did you dig that?
Yeah, because they don't have the machines, and it reminds me of a story I heard of.
Because they destroyed the machines that would read it if they had it.
Can I give you a what's it? The counterpoint. The Abbey Road album, Abbey Road, the studio, the console the Beatles made Abbey Road on, was thrown out by Abbey Road, just thrown out the back, and it was picked up by a couple of dudes and spare parted out, and for the last 40 years it was missing, and only in the last, I think it was a decade, that because of the internet and people have got together and this stuff's become important, that the console has been found and put back together. Are we looking at a situation like that where, okay, technology moved on, they had Skylab to worry about. Skylab was good. I liked Skylab. And the machines become obsolete. Let's just throw them out. And is that just what happened? And then now, 50 years later, 70 years later, wherever we are now, it's become something historical. Now these things are missing and we put them back together and find them again. Or is it a case of something to do with, let's remove the tapes, get rid of them because they have incriminating evidence?
Well, I don't think I uploaded it, but basically there are plenty of people talking about how they lost it and they wouldn't be able to go back to the moon because they destroyed all of the technology that was used to get there, including the telemetry data, which is part of that technology. These are different astronauts that I think they are ISS astronauts primarily, but various astronauts over the time frames recently, over the last, say, 20 or 30 years, have made statements like, we'd like to go back to the moon, but we can't because we don't have the technology and we'd have to recreate it.
Wasn't it one woman that did all the calculations for the telemetry anyway? Have you seen that movie about the female?
Well,
I don't know how true that was.
she played an important role, but she wasn't the only person making calculations, especially back then. Yeah, they had to have multiple people making calculations, and they didn't have the computer systems the way we have them now. So they had to have a room full of mathematicians and various other scientists making calculations. But yeah, I know which movie you're talking about. She was African American, and she, I think John Glenn was the one who was supposed to have thanked her for keeping him alive. So it's fascinating stuff, though. I wish we had a poll because it would be interesting to find out if there anybody now on the fence who maybe wasn't on the fence before.
Maybe we can do a one or two. Just a what's it called? What's it called when you do an informal poll? Tommy, you'll know.
I don't know.
That seemed like a very, very flimsy denial. I don't know.
Passive aggressive, I would suggest.
I don't know.
Passive aggressive.
I don't know if you really don't know.
Maybe a snap poll. Thank you, Curly. Thank you, Curly. It's called a snap poll. So a one if you believe we went, and any other number or any other word if you believe we didn't go. Straw, yeah. Snap poll. Straw poll, yeah. So if anyone wants to type in the chat, 1, yeah, we went, and this is all shit, or anything, 2 and everything else, if we didn't go, that'd be great. We can get an idea where the chat is on this. That would be fascinating. I ran a real poll, you dingbats. Oh, I'm a dingbat. Where's the real poll?
Oh, Mookie said he ran a poll, so it must be somewhere around up there at the top, right?
60-40. It's 60-40 real right now.
Where is it? Where is it? How do we
You
see
have
it?
to view it from YouTube. You can't see it in StreamYard.
Okay,
At least
sorry.
I can't.
Sorry, Mookie. I don't understand the comms or the modules. The modules baffle me. Baffled
Sorry,
by modules.
Mookie. It sounds
Sorry,
like fake
Mookie.
news to me. I know it's more than 40. That's fake news.
So 60 say we went 40.
55-45. 55-45 now.
55 that we went, 45 we did not go.
And I haven't even played all my clips.
Clipmeister. We haven't seen.
Haven't seen. Oh. I don't know where we are in our discussion. I lost track.
We're just
we were
doing
talking about the telemetry data.
Yeah, telemetry data.
Well, if we were just talking about telemetry data, and now that people understand what that's about, maybe another clip is in order. And let me go back to my channel here. How about the one that says NASA works towards frontier beyond low Earth orbit? Now, that's a long clip. It's 11 minutes. Just play the first minute or two, because that's the critical part.
Yep. And we will play. And here we go.
In over 45 years. And the fact that NASA has repeatedly admitted that we can't go past low Earth orbit.
This next generation spacecraft will enable America to explore beyond low Earth orbit.
We must solve these challenges before we send people through this region of space.
Right now, we only can fly in Earth orbit. That's the farthest that we can go.
The kinds of technologies that we're testing out on Space Station are definitely helping us with our goals of going beyond low Earth orbit.
Early in the next decade, a set of crewed flights will test and prove the systems required for exploration beyond low Earth orbit.
Isn't the slightest bit worth worrying about. And by
the plan that NASA has is to build a rocket called SLS, which is a heavy lift rocket. It's something that is much bigger than what we have today, and it will be able to launch the Orion capsule with humans on board, as well as landers or other components to be at the destinations beyond Earth orbit. Right now, we only can fly in Earth orbit. That's the farthest that we can go. And this new system that we're building is going to allow us to go beyond and hopefully take humans into the solar system to explore. So the moon, Mars, asteroids, there's a lot of destinations that we could go to.
So there you go.
There you go. What do you think,
There you go.
Angelic? What do you think?
You have to give the counterpoint, Angelic.
Sorry?
I say you have to give the counterpoint.
I was just looking at his pants and I was wondering, can you feel your cock in space? I mean, or does everything just float around down there?
That's the bottom line of everything going on in space. I want to know, can you feel it?
Does it just float around?
Is there like a multiple mile high club for this? I wonder if anybody's ever done it in space, and what would it be like if you became the first astronaut to make.
Oh, they would have done it on the. They would have done it on the ISS. Yeah.
But would you
Damn.
want to be? I don't. I guess it might be nice to be the first man to walk on the moon, but if I can't have that, I want to be the first man to make love in space.
I thought you were going to say to have sex on the moon, but
that's kind of. I guess you could in the capsule or something, but if you're actually out there, you're going to die. So
you could have like an inbuilt condom, like built into the suit. Like you just slip it inside the inner portion of the suit. That's the condom bit. Because you can't, and then when you erect, the suit expands at that point.
I've seen what they're capable of doing. I'd rather be inside of a giant condom, an aluminum lunar module-esque condom, and then I get to just make love in that thing. And,
I'd want the gold foil on it. I'd want them to have it coated in gold foil.
If the condom is a knocking, don't come. If the condom is a rocking, don't come knocking. Yeah.
That's this low Earth orbit discussion. This is something that's going on a bit with one of those. Who is it? That's a Virgin and what is it? Galactic.
Even Elon's talked about it.
Yeah, this is an issue where they're talking about all these what are they called? Joyrides into space. They're all low Earth orbit joyrides. So yeah, it's pretty damning and compelling when someone sits there.
Sorry, I'm
No,
laughing
you're
at
right.
Forbin.
What do you write? It's always funny.
I was laughing at Forbin.
Spicy condiments. Doc, that would be man fucking on the moon. That's pretty. Yeah,
that's pretty good.
Yeah, we should call this dream. It's pretty damning when an astronaut in the 21st century says stuff like that. That's just like
stuff like what?
Oh, we need to get better. We're getting a better rocket. We're going to be able to go to the moon and fly around other places. Apart from this low Earth orbit thing, we're going to be able to go out to the moon. What the fuck?
That's
dude?
a good.
They need
it's
to
a
get
good
that
point.
extension cord technology back.
Yeah, extension cord technology.
That's clearly how they did it.
Hey, look, I've got a great extension cord. I've got one that I couldn't even use. It was for, Curly would know those professional extension cords with a different.
And the impressive thing is, this was 1960s extension cord technology, and yet they made it happen.
I was just looking at his pants, he had no cock. I wish I could take that. I mean, he had these baggy pants. He looked like he had nothing down there at all. I mean, but he's just sitting there in space going, oh, yeah, wow, we're getting a new rocket,
I've watched that clip several times. I cannot comment on that at all. I wasn't even, I'd have to watch it again.
Oh man!
But are you saying, or well, you're not saying it, but are you suggesting he's a bit soy? Is that what you're suggesting?
I'm suggesting how can you grow? Why? How old is he? He's our age, 50s. That astronaut, 40s.
He's supposed to be in his 50s, I think, 40s, 50s. I think he's supposed to be 50s, right? Something like that.
How can you say things? It's like saying, well, I get my guitar out, I'm going to make some blues riffs, and they're going to be really bluesy, and I'm going to take some weed. It's going to be, you haven't seen this shit before. It's going to be amazing. I'm going to make this like really whacked out rock and roll stuff. It's like, dude, you know that the 60s happened, don't you? It's like, what the fuck? How can you just? I mean, how can you just not know that we went to the moon or that we've done all this before?
And by the way, Ron was talking about how it was all just for show and we didn't get anything from the technology, but obviously we got extension cord technology thanks to the Apollo missions. Clearly.
We wouldn't even know it if not for me.
Well, because it's Angelic's extension cord. I and I'm serious. I've been on the internet forums and stuff looking at this. I'm serious.
I'm gonna
Nobody's
post
brought
this
up this
everywhere.
extension cord. I've never heard anybody talk about it.
I'm going to
I'm gonna-
retire on this. I'm living off this for the rest of my days.
We're
You're the
publishing a
first.
book.
I swear to God.
Me too. I've never seen that angelic ever.
Oh,
I've never seen it. I've never heard anybody talk about it.
I tried to find it online. I couldn't find it.
You're it. You're it, man.
Finally achieved my goal of fame. Yes.
It makes me think maybe you need to call NASA and officially, well, but then they might track you down and you
Yeah,
might
they
get
might.
hurt.
Yeah. Better lock
Never
the door.
mind.
Better
Never
lock
mind what
the-
I was going
yeah.
to say.
Shut the
We're
windows.
taking our
Lock the-
chances with this program.
Yeah, lock the windows tonight. That's right. Bring in all extension cords from outside, the one to the shed. Bring it in. No extension cords would be visible.
Somebody, not Tommy, obviously, because he's one of the good ones, but somebody three-letter agency is looking up saying, okay, find all the angelics in Australia. We need to track this guy down. And how does he spell his name there? It's okay. I got it. I see how he spells it. It's just like it sounds. Let's track him down.
I could do Aussie YouTube personality just to covers lunar extension cord. Next up. Good morning, Sydney.
We have the clip where you found that because it was hilarious. You were like, "What's that down there?" It was hilarious.
And I was like, and I know I was like, what the hell is he talking
Yeah,
about?
I know. I was like, what is he on drugs or something? What we're talking about the flag. He's talking about this shit on the ground.
And then, of course, once you point it out, it's at the very bottom, in line with the flag at the very bottom. It's
Yeah,
like,
it's-
holy cow! How could you not? How could you not see this?
I zoomed in. I was like, oh, okay.
And yeah, and I zoomed in on it too on my PC, and I'm like, yeah, that's a cord, all right. Yep, that's what it is.
Oh, I'm humbled by my fame.
You know what we really need right now? We need Diego to explain what the cord really is. That's what we need.
The coffee machine between
He may
takes.
not be watching. He may watch it later, and unfortunately, we'll never know the official NASA story on what is this cord.
He's going to tell us the other end of that cord was in Texas. So in case this shit didn't work, they could just follow that.
Or maybe that extension cord had involved things like shock collars for dogs, where they would shock the astronauts to make sure they behave properly, or we're going to have to take you out. That's kind of cruel, but you never know.
All the people in the chat trolling you, Doc, no one has answered what that cord is.
Oh, I'm used to getting trolling. It's a diversion tactic, though. They're going to troll me instead of answer the question. Instead of trying to give a scientific explanation, let's just call Doc an idiot. That's probably the easier thing to do. Yeah, that's what I'm going to do. I'm going to call him an idiot again.
Just on an aside, the Capricorn 1's well done, isn't it? It's actually, it's quite well done. I mean, the image, that iconic image of Capricorn 1 when they've got the smoking studio lights, and yeah, it's really cool. And
are you aware that Capricorn 1 was originally written as a mission to the moon, and they changed it because it came a little too close for
I
comfort?
knew that too. Yeah. Tommy, do you want to read it out?
Sure. Toyota Mo, $5. Extension cords are real. Or are they? So many questions, so little answers. Thank you, Toyota Mo.
I'm gonna have to question my entire thought process when it comes to extension cords. And I thought all extension cords were orange. I don't know how I came to that conclusion.
Oh,
So,
no.
Maybe they've only started making them orange because of this. Maybe that's why they're starting to make them all orange. Wow. You're blowing my mind, Angelic. You're blowing my mind.
We have a break. This was not just a rehash stream. This is new information that has come to light.
Oh, this is breaking news. Breaking news.
Charlie's trying to say it's not breaking news, but we're going to ignore it.
Bubble. Curly's bubbling the bursting. Sorry to burst your bubble, but that wire cord was brought up on a previous dungeon stream, boys.
Yeah, prove it. Prove it, Carly.
Really?
You can't.
Was it brought up when I was talking to Mental Jocks and he was in my throat about how the moon landing was real? Was that when it was brought up?
I'm sure it's been talked about anyway. I mean, it's just
sure. It's just nobody's ever heard of it before.
It's just an extension cord, you know. It's just
yeah.
It's one of these
honestly not
things.
on Google. I can't find it no matter what I search.
In fact, it's probably a matter of record. I'm sure. Except for that no one's ever heard of it before. And and none of us knew where to look when you said, "What's about that cord down there?" We're all like, "What the hell are you talking about?"
I thought he lost it for a sec, but he was right.
I thought he was talking about a different picture. It's like, what? What are you looking at, man?
Oh man, we need that clip. That was so funny.
I was thinking, oh, what's this? I just got to pause for. I got to mute for a sec.
See what happens. Suddenly, Angelic starts hearing voices, and he's like, "Wait a minute, what's
Angelic's
this?
about to be taken out.
Wait a minute, what's this?"
Thanks for the sacrifice. Oh, there you
So
go.
I have a serious question here. How long have we been going so far?
3 hours.
How long?
3 hours and 6 minutes.
Oh, that's way longer than. Okay, well, we are behind. I think in terms of topics, aren't we?
What do you mean?
Well, I'm going to look through my list of topics to see if we've covered things.
Oh, yeah. I mean, the only thing we haven't talked too much about in terms of shadows is how the sun's an infinite distance away. Mathematically, it's about infinite, so all shadows should be parallel. They aren't, but we already discussed the counter argument of why they're not, according to people like Diego.
Have you discussed the Hasselblad camera that crosses on the lens that are not correct and on the wrong spots on some of the photos?
I didn't get into that because I thought it was technical.
Yeah, okay.
And I didn't make any clips for it, but certainly it's worth discussing for people who want to do their own research later.
Yeah.
And it's a valid point, and it's very clear in the official photographs when you look at them.
Yeah, so
you want to cover that, or you want me?
Oh, look, you cover it. Go for it.
Well, I mean, it's actually pretty simple in that they established a grid pattern internal to the camera. So that means when they develop the pictures, the grid's supposed to overlay, and it's to help them with, I think it was supposed framing and all the other things. Although, as I said, the photographs were virtually all perfect. In any case, some of the photographs, the grids were the cross-hatching grid was behind the object rather than in front. And how are you going to accomplish that? And then also discussed in that same vein is the fact that you have occasional objects such as rocks with what appear to be letters on them. Could just be coincidence. Could just be shadows and things that happen to look like letters, but they look really clearly like letters.
Props.
Props. If you're working with props in a studio, you know that in order to be able to recreate the scene perfectly, you need to identify where each prop goes, where each rock goes, and you're identifying it with a letter so you know to put it in the right place. Now, I heard at least one journalist saying that they believe it was a whistleblower trying to signal what was happening by turning the rock over. to expose the letter. And it's worth asking, even though we're ahead of this here. Eventually, there's a documentary called "A Funny Thing Happened on the Way to the Moon," and to me, one of the fascinating parts of that documentary, "A Funny Thing Happens on the Way to the Moon," is when they show the astronauts faking being halfway to the moon. And
yes, I was
right
going to
there on
mention
video.
that. Yes, I was going to mention that earlier. Have we got that clip where they are using the piece of cardboard to block off the window?
I still need to crop it out because I have A Funny Thing Happens, but I need to crop that out, that scene, so as to just give you that. If you want, I can do that and come back. Or it depends on how important. Maybe we should ask people, do they really want to see it, or are they pretty convinced that, you know, the footage going to the moon and back was fake, even though they really did it. It's just the footage was fake.
There is one other thing that we haven't mentioned yet, real quick, which is that when they came back from the moon, they gave moon rocks to different countries for museums. And the
Yes.
Dutch museum was given these rocks. And recently, I mean, there's many popular source articles, NBC, talking about this, where it ended up being just petrified wood. It was never from space. So
And
they've been caught lying about a few things.
do you have the link to that, Tommy? I
Yeah,
know
I could pull up
NBC
the
has
article.
one.
Yeah.
So we can just post it for everybody to see, because a lot of people, I forgot about that actually, but it is on my list in my notes. A lot of people, when I mention it, they think I'm a crackpot, which I
just
am,
put
but
it in
that's
the
not the
private
point. But it's nice to actually show it to people.
Yep, I just put in the private chat.
Let's have a look.
And by the way, I prefer the term crack, not crack. That's a Freudian. I prefer the term quack to crackpot. Yeah. I prefer crack as a Freudian slip, though. I would never do crack.
My computer, CIA are onto me. My computer is being ASIO. I shouldn't have said that word. Share screen. Can it work? Or are they onto me? No, here we go. We're good. Phew. There we go. That's it. I didn't know that.
It's an article from NBC. They're about as mainstream, you know, as you want to get in terms of news.
Moon rocking museum is just petrified wood. The Dutch National Museum said Thursday that one of its prized possessions, a rock supposedly brought back from the moon by US astronauts, is just a piece of petrified wood. My God.
There you
And
go.
this was this from about 2000, give or take?
2008, 2009?
2008, 2009. Yeah.
My
Begs the
God.
question. I mean, why would they do that, right?
Planet of the Apes. Wow, what a scene. Charlton Heston at the end of that. It just, the 70s was, you know, the 70s was rife with this. I mean, it was, you know, we had Planet of the Apes. We had, what else? We had a bunch of them. Charlton Heston was big into these movies.
If you think about the
Soylent
60s,
Green,
the turmoil,
yeah.
you had the JFK assassination, the King assassination, and the RFK assassination. This was a nice distraction from all of that chaos.
It was chaotic, and then it went dark. You know, Soylent Green.
Yep. And Hollywood
Omega
was reflecting.
Yeah.
You're right.
Yeah.
Hollywood was reflecting the darkness.
Omega Man and Planet of the Apes. The first one's incredible. Yeah, it was dark, and then later on, it was darker with Logan's Run all the way up to 19. Then they bought obviously the shills that made Star Wars. And then
Now
that was
you're on a topic I know nothing about. I never saw Star
yeah,
Wars.
yeah. Look, Star
Star
Wars.
Wars was great.
It was dark. The first one was actually dark. The way it was edited together, and it was dark. Yeah, and then they made Blade Runner, and then after 1980, things changed dramatically. Yeah, but this is fascinating. I didn't know about this. This is disturbing.
It is, isn't
Right.
it?
It is.
And interestingly, I don't remember the reason why they decided to analyze the rock to discover that it's petrified wood, but they did an analysis on it for some reason. I don't remember their reason.
Would the US just say, look, we'll give them a bit of fake crap because it's only the Dutch, we don't want to lose a rock, or would
Well, I think the fact is that probably at the time, they would have imagined that no one would ever do an analysis of this rock. So they went along with it and said, well, why don't we just give them some petrified wood and say it's moon rock? No one will analyze it. And that's it. And it stood for how many decades? 3?
it's
right?
a good point. It's a good point.
Almost 4.
That's a very good point.
That's pretty good. That's pretty good. That was a pretty good hunch that no one would analyze it.
There's also arguments that they use to say we went to the moon, that when you analyze them, they're not actually that compelling. A classic one is how they say take a laser beam and bounce it off what they left on the moon, a reflector, and then it comes back. Actually, before we went there, the Soviets and MIT University, this is confirmed by the New York Times, when this
100%.
happened, they could bounce off a laser and detect it back even when there's nothing on the moon, just off the moon's surface.
There were even unofficial, I guess, technically amateurs, like, I don't know, people at universities that were bouncing things off of the moon like that.
Yeah.
Have you heard about the Bell theory, the hollow moon theory, where when they smashed satellite into the moon, it rang like a bell, like it was hollow.
I did not.
I have in my notes another thing, although I honestly
moon
I'll
diamond.
admit I was with a woman when I was supposed to be doing.
He's on fire out there in Italy. He's on the cruise ship. It's just cruise ship comedian. I've been laughing at him for 5 days. One line.
Go get a cannoli, all right?
Oh, imagine a moon diamond. I want a moon diamond. That'd be cool.
That would be cool.
One of the things I was going to research was the number of photographs taken on the moon. It's a large number, ridiculously large number of photographs taken. And so it begs the question, would the astronauts really be dedicated to taking that many pictures on the moon? I don't have the number, though.
A lot of film stock. They would have had to have, yeah. That's a good point. Another good point.
And it's actually on NASA's website. So it's enough that some people have theorized that they were taking at least a picture every 3 minutes. Because they were also supposed to sleep, I think 7 hours. A certain amount of time was dedicated for sleep, and the rest of the time that they were on the lunar surface was dedicated to accomplishing their experiments and their mission. So, but a lot of pictures.
And 5 minutes of spacesuit wanking. Could you pull your arm back out of the spacesuit and put it down on the inside of the spacesuit? Like you pull, like taking off a skivvy or something. You pull it off your arm out, and they'd be pretty. Imagine if GMT went up there 3 weeks a day in the spacesuit. I would want it.
GMT would have left behind a Superman with the cape and everything up there, right next to the flag.
He'd have to go return it and go back up there to get it. You'd freak out.
One of the ones I liked was the footprint one, but
we didn't talk about the footprint. Thank you for that.
Okay.
Real quick. You can't get a footprint without moisture. So how does it happen? Did we talk about that, Tommy?
No, we did not. I was thinking about that like 2 hours ago, but here we go now.
Here we go now. It's worth talking about. What do you think, Angelic, with that comment? You can't get a footprint without some moisture. That's
Can you dribble out some of the moisture out of your spacesuit after you've wanked? No, you can't.
You know, interestingly, if an astronaut took a piss on the moon, it would be like steam. It would be like, poof.
Wow.
Yeah, because it's supposed to be, you know, anything in the sunlight is superheated. Anything in the shadows is frozen. So, you know, imagine taking a whiz and it's just, but yeah, what I mean by that then is to say, I think you guys understand. I just want to make sure everybody else does. In order to have any kind of footprint, you have to have at least a little bit of moisture so that when you put your foot down and then you raise it, just like a sandcastle on the beach, you have to have at least a little bit of moisture to hold the sand particles in place to give you the print. And if the moon's surface is completely dry and devoid of moisture, which is what we're told, then how do you have a footprint?
Maybe space is moist.
Mookie, can you quote that? I would argue it should look like you're on the beach and not the wet part of the beach, but obviously the dry part of the beach. It should look like that. That's what it should look like, if anything. So I'm glad you brought that up, Angelic, because I've forgotten about it. And you could see those footprints with the picture of the flag. We got distracted by the extension cord. And
that's a good point from Curly. Never seen a footprint in the desert.
Yep. Yep.
Yeah.
You just don't see it. And that's a good point from Curly, is that the moon's surface is supposed to be closest to a desert in terms of, you know, being recreated on Earth.
Bullshit pressure print point. No wonder you're relegated to dead people, Doc.
What the hell was he talking about?
Oh, that's edibles gone awry. Because I don't know what it means. Curly, where's Curly? He's in Europe, right?
Yeah.
At an undisclosed location. So it's too bad he can't come on. Maybe we'll have to do another Moon Part 2 so that Curly can come on and scream at
God.
me. Wouldn't that be fun? Just like JFK.
I want to hear his take on 9/11, actually. I would love to hear what Curly thinks.
Well, we still got to do 9/11. We haven't done that yet.
Yes.
Now that'll be good, because that I actually know a lot about. This, I only know the highlights.
Okay.
Well, there's a
Did
lot
we
of
talk
information.
about. Oh, I'm sorry.
No,
Sorry,
go on. No, you're right.
It's because, Curly, I took some edibles too, but I just took less. See, that's the thing. I took less because I knew I was going to be on the show. I took less.
I need edibles. I wouldn't have found the extension cord if I had edibles.
Look, Doc, look. Curly knows the truth, but he's afraid.
Oh boy. I wouldn't be surprised if Curly has some inside info.
I mean, he used to watch InfoWars. He's told me that before, so.
But
he
I wouldn't be
definitely has the
surprised if
inside
he
scoop.
has his own inside info. I wouldn't be
I know what you
surprised.
mean. Yeah.
I wouldn't be surprised at all. And I wish I could say I'm kidding, but I'm just going to say I don't want to talk about it.
I think I know what you mean.
At least not on air, and actually, I don't even want to talk about it off air, unless we're in person.
Not surprised by this.
I'm going over my notes to see what else we haven't talked about yet. We haven't talked about sound on the moon. Do you want to talk about that at all?
We can.
You think that's interesting?
Oh, you got to do this curly one.
What is it?
Yeah, it's Doc. What's the first rescue operation Giuliani ordered?
Oh, this is a 9/11 question.
Yeah.
That goes to Tommy. He's the 9/11 expert. Certainly not me.
What's the first rescue operation Giuliani ordered? Oh, I thought he was saying that. I don't know. I'm not sure.
Because I know I don't know. I know there's something funny about Building 7.
Oh, I watched it live. When they said pull it. That guy on the street said, "Oh, they're thinking about pulling in Building 7."
Just pull it.
Silverstein, yeah.
No, not Silverstein. The guy on the street when they were interviewing, he goes, "Oh yeah, they're thinking about pulling Building 7." It was like,
oh, so wait a minute. That means you believe in crisis actors.
I believe in extension cords. I believe in what I saw on that day.
We do have to post this somewhere as Angelic's extension cord. We have to post it somewhere, Tommy.
I know. We will.
We have to post it.
Hello.
Oh, Luxy!
What do we have here then?
Is this the real Lux?
We're going to get a strike, Lux.
Is it Lux or is it ABC or is it Danny?
This another curly one. I watched the movie. What was the one? What was it?
Was it 2 or 4?
Die Hard 3 or Die Hard 4?
I think it was 2.
Which tower had a Fed Reserve gold depository?
Exactly. I think it was the second one that went down. Is that right? It's the second twin tower to collapse. Had the gold.
So it's laughing at Lemon Curly's comment. Lux is invoicing opportunity. No, I do shit for free.
Die Hard 3. Thanks, 521.
But shit, now I think about it. How long have you been running?
A while.
Ah, fuck.
I think it's 3.5 hours now, Tommy. Is that right?
Yep. 3 minutes to 3.5.
How long are you gonna go for?
We're probably close, I think.
Ah, shit.
I got a little bit more.
Can we talk about dude, what's happening tomorrow? Have you spoke about that?
What do you mean what's happening tomorrow?
I don't know.
This is a conspiracy show.
Monday the 8th. The 8th of April.
The eclipse,
baby.
Is that what you mean?
Yeah, the eclipse.
Well,
whack jobs.
I mean, this is a conspiracy show, so I don't know I don't understand the conspiracy behind the eclipse. That's, I guess, what I'm lacking on. Yeah, I didn't know there was controversy to be had regarding the eclipse. I know there's controversy about whether you're supposed to look at it with the naked eye or use some funky glasses.
Oh,
I know that.
What's the controversy of that?
Well, because some people say you're not supposed to look at it with the naked eye because you can accidentally
Yeah, that's true.
blind yourself.
You burn your retina.
But then there are other people who say, no, it's fine as long as you don't stare at it.
Okay. I mean, hey, just try it. Just stare at the sun for 10 minutes and let me know how it goes, okay?
Well, certainly, of course, 10 minutes is not good. But most people, when they look at an eclipse, I think most people that I know...
Glasses on.
I've never done it. But most people who look, they're only looking at it for about 1 or 2 seconds, and then they're like, okay, that's cool. And then it's done. The hoopla's over. I'm sure there's some people who are studying it and they're looking at it for several minutes or maybe even an hour.
Did you know that the eclipse on the 8th of April is going to be 6 years, 6 months, 6 weeks, and 6 days after the previous eclipse in 2017?
I'm not afraid of the number 6. Are you?
Did you know that CERN are going to be ramping up their Hadron Collider on the same day as the eclipse happens, and they haven't been running for months or years, and they're going to ramp it up on the eclipse day to open portholes into a new dimension, possibly. Did you see the Shiva statue at the CERN? Have you seen the Shiva statue?
Yeah, I've seen
it. I'm laughing at Favel.
Oh shit! Sorry. Yeah. All right. Go back to the moon landing.
You've derailed us.
Sorry.
He's the porn bomber, the CERN bomber.
This will be reflected in your next paycheck.
He probably heard me saying that I need to work on a Lux impression. So
I actually didn't. I've literally just tuned in.
That was like 2.5 hours ago, Doc.
I know, but I thought maybe that's the reason he was doing this.
What about
get back at me?
What's that airport? What's that airport with the bull?
Oh, Denver Airport, where it's got all of
Oh, that's a weird airport.
Underground tunnels, the weird paintings.
That's
on
a
the
conspiracy show right there.
All the runways. They reckon planes can just land, just all from everywhere, all at the same time. It's like all the elite can just get to Denver Airport and just don't even have to land in a landing pattern. There's so many runways.
Yeah. It's something very creepy about that.
Angelic, I thought we were talking about the moon.
Oh, fuck. Now I'm derailing. I'm the porn bomber.
Angelic's allowed to derail.
Like, who the fuck puts this at a fucking airport?
Yeah.
Do you know, is it true? I believe it's true that the artist who created that statue died when it collapsed on him?
Oh, I don't
really?
know.
It could have been that I was, let's say,
yeah, the murals.
My mind was altered, and I thought I heard that.
Like, what kind of fucking airport is this?
But I could swear
not a good
he
acid
created that
trip.
statue and died.
Wow.
Tommy, you're quick on the Google.
This one.
I'm trying to get a decent picture.
Yeah.
You know how many years there's been this stuff about the Denver airport? At least 15 on the internet, anyway.
It's fucking creepy, to say the least.
War, violence, and hate.
I'm going to send you a screen grab because apparently that's all I can do. So while you guys are talking about the Denver airport, keep going.
It's like Picasso's Guernica. Guernica is a famous Picasso painting referencing the Spanish Civil War, and it's horrific. But that's just, it's weird. It's fucking weird. I mean, I thought you'd have like Hungry Jacks on the wall and fucking McDonald's advertising, not. Yeah. Weird shit.
It's some very strange stuff all the way around. There's absolutely no doubt about that. But, I forgot. I can't send you the picture. You have to get it. Is there a way for me to send you a picture?
It's all my fault. Just blame everything on me, okay, Curly? Don't worry about it. I'll take this shit.
Has anyone been to Denver Airport out there? Has anyone
Angelic, I thought you were about to say, has anyone actually been to the moon?
Yeah.
Let me know. Put your hands up if you've been to the moon.
Because they got all those mountains, stuff in the mountains, haven't they? They got big cave systems, and it's like the whole New World Order. It's their bug out airport, isn't it, Lux? It's where they're all going on their way out of country.
She's getting fat.
Ah, look at the little fatty. Hey. Mao.
Yeah,
Hello.
well,
You're getting fat, aren't you, sweetie? She's 6 weeks, 7 weeks. Look, she is a belly.
she's
Look at
actually
that.
older. She's actually about
Is-
2 months. The
Ah,
issue
yeah.
is that the person that dumped them didn't bother to feed her. She should be a hell of a lot fatter and bigger than she is.
Hmm.
We went to the vets and she said she's probably about 2 months or more because she's got all her teeth. So
I see, right. But apart from that, she's healthy enough and happy enough.
yeah, I think so.
Yeah.
It's nice that she has her teeth.
Sorry, Mookie. I'll leave if you want me to leave. I can leave.
I just posted an article that discusses the statue at the Denver airport. Unfortunately, I can't send you the critical part of that article, but if you look through the article and with the finding of the keyword statue, it'll bring up the creator of that statue and how he died.
The statue's creator, Louis Jimenez, was killed when a section of the sculpture's 3 sections came loose in his New Mexico studio, pinning him and severing an artery in his leg. That was in 2006. After his death, family and friends made the decision to complete the sculpture. Jimenez's son took over the project to make sure Blue Mustang got finished.
Isn't that weird? That's
that
just
is-
some weird
It's
prophetic stuff.
that is weird.
Or just an interesting coincidence, right? Interesting coincidence.
Yeah, it's just weird.
I like this.
That's fantastic. Oh, God. We have some talented people in this Archieverse, don't we? That's hilarious. I've got a couple of videos about sound. So the first one is 45 seconds.
Yep.
It's called Apollo 15 working on lunar surface. So the importance of this video is the notion that there's no sound traveling on the moon because there's no atmosphere for it to travel through.
Right, I'm just bringing it up.
Here's to add to some more conspiracies.
Whoa. That's just stuff from the market.
Yeah.
Like you can go down the market and get that stuff, Lux.
It's not like you're an agent or something.
From the market.
It's from the market. I see no evidence that that's anything but just market trash. Just
Stuff in the market. Stuff in the market.
gee, that's a good looking eagle.
When did you start using this sort of Marcello angle in terms of your camera?
Well,
I'll give you another one. Do you want the Swiss one?
holy shit.
It's just stuff in the market.
That's from the market. Next year, be showing me. Daytona. You show me a Plutona in a minute. Da.
Luxembourg. Yeah.
Okay, let's play this video for Doc. Shall we play this video for Doc?
Yeah.
Yeah. Okay.
Picture. It's in position. Okay. I have the picture. Pushing. Good. I'll push a little more. Yeah. Got a half a tube. Ooh, good. Nice. You got 3/4? Yeah, it feels like it's hung up on a rock. Okay, I got the picture. Go ahead and hammer. Rock. Oh, it's going in. You're getting it. There's a full core. And then you're getting a couple inches of stroke. Very nice. Okay, there's 1.5. Good. Doing good.
Could you hear that at the end?
Welcome back to this.
Sorry.
Could you hear that
Sorry.
at the end where you could hear the sound as he's hammering?
Yeah.
So
Yeah, that was slightly disturbing too.
because I think most of us have had to endure in high school where they do the demonstration of the vacuum and you don't hear the bell ringing, and then they lift the glass and allow air back in, and then you hear the bell ringing. So
Yeah, that was weird.
Without air, there's no ringing. Now there's a longer video.
Do you want to play it again? I mean, I'm prepared to pull that up again. I clicked out of that in a weird frame of mind. That was well, sound is something I'm very obviously interested in.
Well, it's either that or there's a longer clip that's 10 minutes, which actually has the various astronauts discussing how in the International Space Station there's no sound and demonstrating that point, and then also comparing to the Apollo mission where you have sound. The problem is it's a 10-minute clip, so it means that people have to listen to a clip for 10 minutes. It's up to you on that. Or you could just play the 45-second clip a second time.
Yeah, I might just play it again and just give me a second to get it together. Where is? Oh, I clicked out of it. Shit. Look, we won't worry about it. We'll just move on. It's fascinating. I don't know where it is now. Where was it again? I'm starting to lose it.
Yeah, that's because we're coming up on 4 hours.
Yeah, I'm starting to lose it. I'm getting tired. I have no coffee. There's some weirdo outside with
The toast is gone. You didn't have enough toast.
Oh, the toast was beautiful. Oh, I remember that toast. Some Fruit Loop with some sort of power saw out there. Oh, fucking Sunday afternoon. I don't know what he's doing. Just give me the shits. Roby. Do you want me to bring it up again? I'll find it. Look, I'll find it again. Oh, here we go. I was just compose myself. Go to private chat.
Are you humming that because the astronauts were humming it?
Yeah.
Footage of the astronauts humming that song?
Yeah.
Yeah, okay. I wasn't sure if that was a coincidence or if you were humming it on purpose because of that.
It's like a merry month of May. Oh, I mean July or something. Yeah. Something like that. It's pretty good. Yeah.
And then the other astronaut says something about he made a crack about him not being a good singer. I don't remember what he said. He just said something.
It's amazing. I mean, that stuff's too. It's just they're so relaxed up there. I mean, they're just like, yeah,
considering they could die at any minute.
Yeah, I know. Yeah, I know. That's the point. I mean,
the other interesting thing I heard somebody, I don't remember.
Were they on drugs? Were they on drugs?
Well, not officially.
No. Was there any drugs involved with it?
Well, unless Tang is considered drug.
Yeah.
There was a lot of Tang. A lot of Tang.
The official drink of the moon.
That I'm dropping that in case a rancher decides to watch later. Rancher, that's for you. There's a lot of tang up there. So now I forget what I was going to say. Never mind.
We got this clip again. Let's just do it again because
The sounding of the hammering is especially at the end. Just before the clip ends, you hear the hammering.
it's fascinating because this is what do we call this is in evidence? If you're being technical, this is primary.
Oh, I see what you're saying.
Yeah. It's where it gets.
Yeah.
It's like we're not just watching something. Oh, this is some guy on YouTube going, oh yeah, look at this. We're watching just primary sound and primary video.
Primary evidence from, because it's supposed to be from NASA.
Yeah.
So
Ready to take your picture? It's in position. Okay. I have the picture. Pushing. Good. I'll push a little more. Yeah. Got a half a tube. Ooh, good. Nice. You got 3/4? Yeah, it feels like it's hung up on a rock. Okay, I got the picture. Go ahead and hammer. Rock. Oh, it's going in. You're getting it. There's a full core. And then you're getting a couple inches of stroke. Very nice. Okay, there's 1.5. Good. Doing good.
hear it. So we all heard it, right?
He's not in love with you.
What makes you think I
Yeah,
was
it was
in
faint, but I heard it.
And you know, those ads play. I doubt I get anything. Doubt I get anything.
Sorry.
Now I forgot again what I was going to say.
The hammer.
4 hours.
The sound.
The hammer and the sound. What was I going to say? I'll think of it again. I'm looking at my notes again.
Vacuum. The sound. The hammer.
I don't remember.
10-minute video.
I don't remember.
Strings connected to the space. This how they getting up and down with the strings. That when they're doing the moonwalks and running around, they fall over and they get back up. It looks like strings.
Oh, the marionette effect.
Yeah, the marionette effect.
Marionette effect.
Yeah.
There are videos showing the astronaut. There's one famous one where the astronaut falls. Another astronaut comes over to help and pushes on his head. It's like, what the hell is that? And then he comes right up.
That's like the wires on them, right?
It makes it look as if there's wires.
Yeah. Hidden extension cords doing all the work.
Because, and who knows, maybe that extension cord is really a wire that snapped.
Yeah.
You ever think of that?
I know in the videos that some people claim they saw flashes, like light bouncing off the wire, but way above the astronaut's head.
Yeah.
I've seen that.
Yep. It's a problem when it's a problem for NASA. It's a problem when you have people looking with such detail at the periphery, like that flag picture. You're supposed to be looking at the astronaut and the flag. That's the point. Just look at that. Angelic goes off looking at the edge for an extension cord. Who does that? Who does that? Apparently Angelic does that. No one else does it, to our knowledge. Curly believes someone else did it once, but that's debatable. And certainly most people don't, which is the point. Most people do not. So it's some weird, wild stuff. I'm very tempted to make a clip out of the star thing, but I guess we could just talk about it. And Tommy, you already mentioned it, that there's no stars in any of the photographs. There's no stars. And then in their press conference, Neil Armstrong doesn't know how to answer the question when one of the journalists asks about what he saw when he was looking at the stars. He doesn't know how to answer it. He gets in a puzzle about I don't remember. I don't remember. I don't know. I don't. And then it was Michael Collins says, I don't think we could see anything. So he's like saying we couldn't see any stars. I don't think we saw any stars. And then later on wrote a book describing the stars that he saw. So
yeah, I've heard explanations about the fact that they had to stop down the cameras because there's so much light that to get an image, you had to stop it down, f-stop the camera down, and that eradicated the stars out of the images taken on the moon.
Yeah, I
But-
heard that too.
Yeah.
But it doesn't
And-
account for the fact that they didn't remember seeing stars. That's the
Yeah,
Correct.
that's right. That's it. Yeah, that is
And
weird.
the other interesting thing that was pointed out in Funny Thing Happened on the Way to the Moon, the documentary Funny Thing Happened on the Way to the Moon. The interesting thing that was pointed out is, wouldn't you, if you were spending all the money for these lunar golf carts and junk, which I think were millions of dollars, right? Would you bring up just one, maybe, telescope or photographic telescope that can look at the stars? And then there, in theory, you could maybe see a galaxy that had never been seen before. In theory.
Yeah,
So-
especially back then.
Yes. So something funny's going on. Not to have.
Why didn't they go instead of having like a low Earth orbit Hubble? Why didn't they go put one on the moon?
That's even if we had the technology. Well, of course, they said we lost the technology, right? And clearly we lost the technology because, and now I remember what I was going to say. Look at how much of a big deal all the various countries landing their probes on the moon successfully is. Even Japan landing one upside down is a big deal. I mean, imagine that's such a big deal, even though, well, you know, we've already actually put a man on the moon several times.
But what does lose the technology even mean? I mean, we have rocket technology. What?
Well,
The thrust power of a rocket to get out of orbit. Whether they can do that.
Well, believes we lost the
there's a tape
technology.
where they're talking about not
Well,
only just losing
what
the telemetry.
technology? What technology did we lose? The mathematics to get there.
We don't have the blueprints for the. I don't believe anyway that we have the blueprints for the Saturn
land.
Saturn V.
We run out of
And we've
gold
run out
foil.
of
We run out of-
copper. Yeah, we've run out of
They don't
aluminum
make
foil
gold
and
tin
shoe
anymore.
springs.
duct tape. We run out of duct tape.
Yeah. So we don't have the blueprints on the lunar module. We have diagrams. There's diagrams in the Smithsonian on the various components, but we don't have the blueprints, which is how you would build it again if you needed to build it again and go again. Isn't that kind of weird? You'd want to have the blueprints. In fact, you'd want to have that in a museum. I mean, it's the greatest accomplishment in mankind's history. You'd want to have all that stuff preserved.
Maybe
Maybe
the
we
duct tape museum.
Maybe they're right. Maybe the generations after these guys, we're all just retards.
Well, I guess we're living proof of that.
Yep. I always thought that I was the retard and I was the only one that was a retard. I was just like, oh, that's me. I'm dumb. They're all smarter than me and I'm dumb. But as I get older, maybe there's something in this that they made out they were smarter than us, pretended they were. I mean, it's still going on now, though. I mean, isn't it? That generation, they're still better than us.
Well, I want to emphasize that it's sort of like if you had Kitty Hawk, right? You had the Wright brothers with controlled flight for the first time in 1906, and then look where we were in 1956. right? We went from first controlled flight to jet aircrafts fighting in Korea in 50 years. So what's going on with the whole moon landing things 50 years later? And everybody says as an argument or a counter argument that it's all about funding. Okay, is it? I don't know. Seems a little weird.
There is technology though we have no idea about. Like, we know that the US has technology, the secret, stupid word, classified technology, right?
This is true.
I mean,
but we accomplished this moon landing with 1960s technology.
Yeah, but what I'm trying to get at, these people that come on and say, "Oh, Gene, what's his name? Gene Kranz. He's some old fat fuck now, isn't he? Is he in the inside of the program?
He's passed away by now. I don't know.
God bless him if he has. But
yeah, we didn't mean anything personal by it. He didn't mean anything at all.
No.
Angelic did with those weight comments.
Oh, maybe.
What?
He said fat fuck.
I do apologize to his legacy.
Didn't mean it, though.
I didn't mean that. But was Gene Kranz on the inside of that stage in his career, or is it on a need to know basis what technology the US really has? Oh, that's what I'm asking here, in all seriousness.
I would want to know what his background is to know, because if this is a military operation, most of the people, especially if they're senior military, they're going to follow orders, aren't they, Tommy?
That's what they should do.
You said that with authority. Yeah. So I think it's a big deal that NASA's a military operation. I think
so. He was on the obvious orders that just move on and shut the fuck up, as Curly said in the chat.
Probably he was probably told.
Fair enough. Fair enough.
He was probably given the statement that, hey, we lost the telemetry. We wouldn't be able to understand it even if we still had it, because we don't have the machines capable of reading the telemetry. Let's move on. And that's all you have to say is we don't have it. Sorry.
Things have changed exponentially since the 60s. I mean, we know that. I mean, it's like that thing we saw flying. Did you see that video of that object that was flying along? I think it was Iraq or somewhere. It looked like some bizarre. It looked like a drone was following it. It was like zoning in and out. It was like a UFO thing, but it looked like some piece of technology, secret technology that was deployed on the battlefield. I mean, there is secret classified technology being used on the battlefield that we just don't know about, surely.
Oh, of course.
Sure.
Absolutely.
And then we can put down the UFOs that we have more information on, to a lot of it being military technology, surely.
Probably, yeah.
Some of it maybe, yeah.
Yeah.
Some of it is misdirection. I mean, they use the UFO excuse for what I believe is one of the stages of rocket. I don't think we talked about that, or I didn't talk about that. So I can't remember if I said it, but my argument would be that the reason that they were concerned about is that where's the S4B? That's like the third stage of the rocket. And the reason that they would ask is because that's the stage that's left floating around the Earth, right? Because the other stages go right back into the ocean. But the S4B, the third stage of the rocket, would be left in orbit for some time. And if they were in a low Earth orbit, right, then they could have company easily by this third stage if they're looking and they think they see something. And that's the reason that I believe they would say, where's S4B at, guys? And then they say 6,000 miles away, because they don't know that the astronauts are in a low Earth orbit. They're doing their thing, and they believe that they've tracked them over to the moon, and they know the S41B is 6,000 miles away from where they are halfway to the moon. So does that make sense, what I just said?
Yeah.
I don't know. I think all of these things should be taken in combination, in concert, and put together, not just one question, not just one oddity, but the multitude in combination to question the reality that so many people have, that it absolutely happened. There's no way that it was fake. There's no way that it didn't happen. It for sure happened.
Can I pose a question?
Absolutely.
In today's world, if it came out that it didn't happen, would it matter?
Doc has a lot of feelings on this. Yep.
Angelic, it's almost like somehow he's reading my mind that's asleep. So the reason it's important is to wake people up to the possibility that they're being lied to by our governments. Now, I know a lot of people out there would say the government would never lie to them, right? So I think that's what's important about this. And some people actually argue that this is so important it would bring down the deep state. It would bring down the deep state because they were involved with this whole thing, pulling it off. And if Americans, speaking specific Americans, actually around the world, it's true, but specifically Americans, if they found out that their government had lied to them about something like this, it would be like opening Pandora's box. Some people are like that already because of what's been said about JFK assassination and three-letter agency involvement. But a lot of people don't buy that. But if they made this completely unavoidable, that is absolutely faked, then Americans, I think, would lose it in terms of their faith in what they're being told. You were going to bring up Trump, and I believe, go ahead and go away, take away, because I was thinking that too.
Yeah. What's giant? I'll just what's
does that mean?
Yeah, what's that?
What?
That came out of nowhere.
You're not exactly Brad Pitt, my man, Angelic Slayer. Okay. I'll wear that.
I think he deserves a ban for that.
Yeah, ban hammer. I was going to mention Trump because it's don't anyone take any offensive. Look, I'm a retard, and I'll just talk about Trump briefly. And I don't want anyone to think that I know anything on the subject. Is that a good start? But it looks like he's doing quite well in the, what do you call it? The primary?
Polls.
No, what do you polls?
Snap polls.
The primaries or what? No, yeah, whatever. His campaign he rose on a campaign against this so-called deep state. Is there something in that?
You can go ahead, Doc.
I just wanted to say that, and first of all, Donald is a good friend of mine. I know we've had our fights from time to time, but I'm looking forward to seeing exactly what happens when he and Hillary go up against each other for president of the United States 2024. I think that's going to be fantastic.
I really loved Clinton. At the start.
Uh-oh.
Oh, okay. Then you found out what was happening with the Clinton Foundation in Haiti, and you said,
I was a kid. You know, I was a kid.
Oh, so was I.
Yeah.
I remember, though, I was in school, and I remember there was this one guy during the impeachment thing who was just losing it. Just like, I couldn't understand it. I'm like, what's your problem? He was just losing it. He's like, this guy needs to be removed from office. He's despicable. On and on and on he was going. It was incredible. nobody was sharing his sentiment. But looking back on it, I'm like, I understand now why you're upset.
With Trump, he released the JFK files, didn't he? He tried to get as much out as he could, or he didn't.
Well, so there's actually a pretty interesting interview by, I believe his last name is Napolitano or something. He's a judge, a friend of Trump, and he's known in the JFK conspiracy circles. And he was talking about this, and because he asked Trump, he said, "Hey, you had campaigned on releasing this, and you haven't yet." And Trump told him, according to the judge, he said something along the lines of, if you saw what I saw, you wouldn't release them either. And at some point, when we're not talking on phones that are recorded or being listened to, I'll tell you. That's what Trump apparently said to him.
On a secured line that he
Yeah.
knew was being tapped.
Correct.
Wow.
Which means that they went and took a walk on the beach, just the two of them, to talk about it at some point. It's a crazy world, isn't it? You know, I don't have the footage, but Bill Clinton wrote a memoir, or someone wrote it. You know, some ghostwriter wrote it and he took credit. Anyhow, in his memoir is a discussion about the ambiguity of the moon landing. And I couldn't find it. I was looking for it. I couldn't find it. Maybe Tommy's better than me. Maybe Tommy, you can find it. But he specifically mentions it in his memoir. And you're left with the impression that, you mean it didn't really happen? Because, you know, obviously somebody like a president would be able to figure that sort of thing out.
I'm just going to pivot to a really odd movie. What is it called? What's his name? That Nicolas Cage. Yeah,
He's crazy.
Yeah,
He's awesome. He should be on our next show.
We should play, just for fun, we should play Nicolas Cage on Saturday Night Live, where he's on the show with Nicolas Cage. In the Cage with Nicolas Cage. That is hilarious.
Treasure. What is it? What's the Treasure one that he did? He did to National Treasure.
Oh, yeah.
It's sort of like, I don't know. It's sort of like the Hardy Boys for semi-grown ups, I guess.
Hardy
But
Boys.
Yeah, the Hardy Boys, 70s TV at its finest. Well, not really,
It was
but
a
anyway.
book, wasn't it?
Yeah, it was a book and then a series in the 70s, the Hardy Boys. But anyway, I think there's a book mentioned that the secrets, the president gets a book. There's a book the president can get with all the secrets in this book for eyes only, you know, and he's allowed to read it and find out about all the truths of the US and all these conspiracies, and then they put it away. Do you think there's anything in that, or is it all just guff and make believe? Is there a book?
I don't know what to say to that myself.
A book of what, Angelic? What do you mean?
Book of Secrets.
Oh, probably not.
I don't know what to say.
Too organized.
I think we may be at our natural conclusion. What do you think?
Yeah, probably.
I'm trying to get this.
You didn't like my Book of Secrets.
I don't know about it.
You're no Brad Pitt, but
I'm no Brad Pitt.
I don't know where'd that come from.
I don't know. Ryan's a whack job.
I'll never be Brad Pitt. All right, I admit it. I'm going to live with it. I'm going to deal with it. I'll get some help. Yeah, the Book of Secrets. Yeah, I don't know. Wouldn't that illustrate the fact the president's Book of Secrets, the untold story of intelligence briefings? I might have to get it myself. There's actually a book.
It reminds me of
Angelic. Look at this.
what?
Angela can dish it out, but can't take it. Jesus, dude, I get sad easily, and then I post my black deep in the chat. That's what I usually do when I'm sad. I've got this new. When I get sad, I just post my thing, black like deep at Gmail. What is it, Tommy? At Gmail.
Yeah, gmail.com.
.com. Thanks for that.
The fact that you don't remember that is scary.
Hey, but he found the extension cord.
What don't I remember? I can't remember what I can't remember. What bit can't I remember?
I don't know.
See, now you can't remember.
At gmail.com.
Black Light did at Gmail. If you would like to contribute to my next watch, which will not be a Porsche design.
It will not be anything that Higgins can get from.
No, it will not. It'll just be something I buy. It'll be pretty low rent, but enjoyable and horologically interesting. So there's my link. Thank you for that. It's been a great stream. There is obviously a part 2 in this, but whether there's interest in a part 2, it's like the moon landings themselves, you know.
I think most of the points have been covered for people who want to think about it, and for people who don't, it doesn't really matter. The only thing I wish I had is the clip showing the press conference where they ask specifically about the stars and they start like, I don't know, because it's impressive that they don't know what to say. They didn't expect anybody to ask the question. I wouldn't expect anybody to ask the question.
No, Ryan. Well, I'm just wondering where Brad Pitt came from, because I'm naturally dark-haired. I mean, if you had said I'm no Leonard Nimoy or some other fruitcake, what a dark-haired hunky guy, but blonde. I was just like, what the fuck? I'm not even blonde.
I'm just gonna throw this out there, cousin Angelic. I'm gonna throw it out there that it's interesting that he would pick that particular Hollywood celebrity to say you don't look like him. It's almost as if he thinks you look like him.
There's a conspiracy there.
I'm just saying. I mean, of all of them, and we certainly weren't talking about him. Why bring him up unless maybe you?
I thought he was I always thought he was referencing that movie, which I refused to see, where Brad Pitt goes out into space. He did a space movie. It was on Netflix for ages. It's one of those movies you just go, well,
I didn't watch that crap.
Yeah, I'm not watching it. And then you see it's up there, for months. It's like, nah, I'm not watching. I'll just turn the TV off. I'm not watching it.
I just find it weird because none of us even came close to talking about Brad Pitt. Did we?
Yeah, no.
I don't think so. Did you mention it, Tommy?
No, not at all.
It's out of the blue as far as I can tell.
Yeah.
Unless, of course, you remind him. And then if you remind him, then he would, of course, bring it up. That's what I wonder about.
Maybe this conversation took him in a Fight Club direction, and he was just sort of like thinking of that movie Fight Club and going, oh, yeah, this is kind of weird. Hang on, Gonzo Jamie's giving orders out in the chat.
Oh, really? I need to go back to the chat comments.
Oh, pin.
You have to be specific, Gonzo, because I'm constantly pulling the pin. I mean, just constantly. So, I mean,
Can we get an update on the just before we pull the pin? Can we get? I'll have a look if we can get an update on the poll. Is the poll still running?
He's done multiple polls.
It's probably 70-30 by now.
I can't see any poll.
Unless it's 80-20. Could be 80-20 by now.
Damn. I ate Jerry Garcia. Your Dark Star, great track. Mellow Man. There's a great video of Grateful Dead playing, it's like the sun's going down. They're playing Dark Star. It's just fucking, yeah, man. Pass me a fucking. it's fucking amazing. That's a good book. Strange. What is it? Grateful Dead story. That's there. Yeah.
My only request, Angelic, is since I happen to be here, for the outro, if we could play from my channel, if we could play Archie singing, that would be great for the outro when we're ready for the outro. I'm not saying now because we don't want to pull the pin now, just because Gonzo says we need to pull it. But when we do pull it, can we play that clip?
Yes, certainly. Certainly we can do that.
Because you said you like it.
I love it.
You like it.
I thought it was. I thought it was fantastic.
Oh wow! Now that's high praise. I don't know about fantastic. I'm just goofing around with that. What I was gonna do is I was gonna incorporate Bear in there, and then I thought, whatever.
We should it'd be cool to get Archie as Jerry Garcia playing Dark Star at that festival. I might see if I can find the clip.
Find the clip and send it to me.
Yeah, I might see if I can. It's pretty good. Yeah,
I never thought about that. That would work well, wouldn't it? He could pull off Jerry Garcia, couldn't he?
Can you? Archie as a stoner would work. Do you know what I'm saying? Like if he was a full-blood stoner, I reckon he'd go over the top with subs. Like he was just like, I could. Yeah, so he's very close to being a stoner, even when he's not a stoner.
And for somebody that says and insists that they've never done 420, sounds like somebody who's done 420. Just saying.
Yeah.
Just admit it. Just say, hey, I use it for medical purposes, medicinal. That's all it is medicinal. Nothing wrong with that.
No, Ryan. There's no malice. No malice. We'll just buck it around. It's all good. It's all good, man. And it's fucking cool. It's funny. Thank you for taking notice. It was good to be here. Yeah, no, I take notice.
But you do need to grow a thicker skin, cousin. We all do. I know I do. And probably you do too,
Is this the portion of the program where we take me down?
we're both gonna go.
I'm always going down. I'm the fall guy. There's a new fall guy coming out with Ryan Gosling. It could be interesting. Could be garbage. He played Neil Armstrong.
Who did?
Ryan Gosling.
In which movie?
Armstrong.
That's reminding me. That's what I wanted to talk about. I want to talk about Apollo 13. Did we talk about Apollo 13?
No.
No, where they slingshot around the moon. Yeah.
Okay. Well, no, but see, Apollo 13, what happened was there was Apollo 11, where it's reported that there was a lot of excitement. They were playing the footage in classrooms across the country, in all the households. It was preempting all the soap operas. They were playing it. It's critical. Okay, so that's Apollo 11. Then came Apollo 12. When Apollo 12 came, people were complaining, and they were sending in complaints to the three ABC, NBC, CBS that, hey, I'm missing my show. People were complaining, right? Suddenly there's disinterest.
What do you
By
like?
coincidence?
Bewitched or I Dream of Jeannie?
I was always a big Bewitched. I I liked Elizabeth Montgomery, although I do like Barbara Eaton. I'm not saying I don't, but if I was given an opportunity to only take down one, it would be Liz Montgomery.
Yeah, I'm with you. Okay, sorry.
Elizabeth Montgomery reportedly.
Oh my God.
What?
What the hell are you guys talking about?
Elizabeth Montgomery.
Oh, she was a.
Well, first of all, you remember a movie that Elizabeth Montgomery did after Bewitched called golly gee. She was portraying Lizzie Borden. I don't remember what the name of the movie was, but it was probably just Lizzie Borden.
Isn't that the murderer from Massachusetts?
Yeah, she was the one. Lizzie Borden was someone who was rumored to have, or reportedly, or assumed to have killed both of her parents, but then got away with it, right? Because a woman could never do something like that back then, so she got away with it. But Elizabeth Montgomery portrayed Lizzie Borden in the movie. Later on, it came out that they were related. She was related to Lizzie Borden as a cousin, but that's not the critical part. The critical part for me, because I kind of like Elizabeth Montgomery, I find a certain sexiness to her.
How many
when she did that movie, there were some nude scenes that normally celebrities back then would kind of cover up. It would be like a fake nude scene. Let's just say she did not do that. Let's just say modern technology has uncovered the real Elizabeth Montgomery.
Oh my God, I'm gonna go for a wank.
And let's just say that the real Elizabeth Montgomery is.
I'm not offended. What is this, Ryan? It's all good.
Why is he going so crazy with this?
Ryan, it's cool. Good. It's funny.
Good job.
We just ran with it. It's, you know, it was good filler talk. We're just making some filler talk.
You know what? This guy seems a lot like Green Room to me. That's all I'm gonna say.
Actually serious.
He's trolling me.
I don't know if it's serious. He's doing that whole Andy Kaufman thing where you don't know, is he kidding? Is he serious? What's happening?
Yeah.
It's pretty funny.
So
Elizabeth, what do I have to do to apologize?
Oh my God!
I'm gonna have to ban this guy for the night.
I didn't even react poorly.
How do you get banned? How do you get banned
Doc,
for
this
apologizing?
guy is serious. I hope you understand that.
I reacted with mirth and spirited humor. I was happy.
He's going to give us another one now in 2 seconds.
I love that.
How can you ban someone if they're apologizing? Because didn't he just apologize up earlier?
Yeah, but he's apologizing like a weirdo.
I'll give you that. It's a very Andy Kaufman apology here. But
it's gaslighting. I like that. What was that one he was in with the baseball? He was the baseball coach. Oh, that's such a good film.
Who?
Brad Pitt.
I love Moneyball. That's a great movie. Moneyball.
Moneyball. What a great film. Yeah, Moneyball.
That's one of my favorites.
Yeah, it's one of mine too.
I used to like his ex-wife, although she's a little crazy.
Elizabeth Montgomery and
no, not Elizabeth.
Apollo 13.
Montgomery, I definitely like.
Let's just hook around again to Elizabeth Montgomery's involvement with Apollo 13.
You know who this Ryan guy reminds me of? Holden Caulfield.
Man, that was amazing. That
whole
season.
Conspiracy story.
Yeah, that season of Archieverse. What a season that was! Wow.
We tracked that guy down pretty quick, though. It was pretty easy.
But just think, originally in the discussion, it was a crazy conspiracy theory, except for it turned out to be true. Just think about that for a minute.
Has he been around again?
When the story first came out, it was a nut job story that nobody would believe. I'm just pointing that out.
Look at Pavel. What is this? This is random shade at TW.
Apollo, Doc.
I'm sorry, Elizabeth Montgomery. Yes.
Oh
very
my
good.
God.
Apollo 13. Apollo 13.
Oh no, the Apollo 13 by coincidence because there was a lackluster attention to Apollo
Did you
12.
see the side road we went on that?
Oh my God.
Up the mountain, down the mountain, round the past the lake.
Oh, because your weird question in the middle and out of nowhere.
Sorry, Doc.
I gotta try not to think about Elizabeth here. Elizabeth has nothing to do with Apollo 13 that I can think
She
of.
was in a slip. Have you seen her in that slip? She comes out. Oh my God, Dagwood. I wish I
Have you
was
seen her
Dagwood.
nude? We're gonna have to talk maybe off air. Have you seen her nude yet?
No, I
That'll
haven't.
blow your mind. That'll blow
Oh
your
my
mind.
God.
You won't be the same. I'm just telling you, you won't be the same. I'm not.
I don't want to be. I don't want to be
back
the
to Apollo
same.
13.
Yeah.
All I needed to say about Apollo 13 is that there was a huge reception to Apollo 11, and obviously those three astronauts were major heroes. I don't remember the time frame being described. I know it's listed between Apollo 11 and 12, but by the time 12 happened, there was no longer large interest in Apollo 12. They needed something. They needed to do something. And by coincidence, with Apollo 13, major disaster. And we are led to believe that it's all because of unlucky 13, right? I mean, I know that we have some scientists in the room, but that has nothing to do with it. It's completely irrelevant. The problem with Apollo 13 is that they labeled it 13. If they hadn't done that, it would never have been a disaster and they would have landed on the moon. If they just called themselves 14 and skipped 13, that would have been all they had to do. Rebuttal?
I have none, except I remember they used a sock. A wank, probably a wank sock. They would have done.
They were thinking of Elizabeth Montgomery. Maybe
And what are the percentage chances that someone wanked over Elizabeth Montgomery on the way to the moon?
Well, you know, that series ran, The Bewitched ran until 1972. So they would have been thinking about her potentially because she was on the air.
There's a percentage chance.
And I don't know how much of a fan you are of Bewitched, but she became a major hottie once she became the Serena character.
The dark hair.
The dark hair hippie chick with the super
man.
mini skirts and all that.
Oh fuck! Take me back to the 60s. I need a wank sock. Imagine that wank sock is an air filter. Oh.
Jeez. If you're nice to me, Angelic, I'll see about getting you the Elizabeth Montgomery footage. If you're nice to me.
Yes, please. Yes, I'm nice. I'm a nice man.
I can tell you that I can't post it on my channel, so we'll have to figure out another way because I can't post it on my channel. They won't allow that. Even though the crazy part is it was on television. It's just that they now have AI video enhancement. Oh, that was another thing I wanted to talk about besides Apollo 13. The rumor was, I read this, the rumor was that Ron Howard was going to do an IMAX film on the Apollo missions. And he went to NASA requesting their archived footage that we were looking at, these excerpts here. He wanted their archive footage. He wasn't looking for the telemetry. He was looking for their archive footage because he was going to run it through, enhance it, and spend millions of dollars making it look crystal clear. Guess what happened? You won't. You'll guess. Guess. Think about what their response was.
It was in Elizabeth Montgomery's basement. No, it wasn't there.
Essentially, they said we can't find it.
Mm.
We don't have it.
How can you go to the moon, adjust everyone's minds, change humanity's course, and then lose the CD dub? I mean, you know, the worst musicians in the world make sure they back up their shit. I mean, I have. I'm a pretty shit musician. I've backed up my shit from cassette to CD, and then my CDs are put away. You know, my masters and yada yada.
I got backup copies of all of my morgue reports. Every single one I've ever done. I've got multiple backup copies. I don't know why, but I have them. I mean, it's just insane. I mean, they lost the telemetry, but they also lost just the footage. The footage itself.
It's unbelievable.
Because
that's got to be unbelievable.
I would argue that as soon as Ron Howard says, hey, we're going to enhance it, we're going to make an iMac film of it, that means that you might see all these little wires and hooks, and you might see all these little, I don't know, oddities.
Yes.
Do you mean IMAX?
IMAX. What did I say?
IMAX.
Close enough. Even on an iMac, even if you HD it in 4K on an iMac, you might see all those hooks and little bits.
Thank you, Tommy. I meant IMAX. I meant on the big screen.
Yeah. Didn't
like
Grumman,
Oppenheimer, guys.
Yeah. Didn't Grumman lose or destroy like the LEM that they had, or the data to make the LEM or something like that?
They don't
had it
have the
warehoused.
blueprints.
But there was something big that was warehoused that they decided to get rid of, and I can't remember what it was.
Did they decide to get rid of it, or was there a fire? Because I remember there was like a fire.
I think they said they got
stuff.
rid of it because it was costing them money to warehouse. When, you know, in the video I was watching, they were like, well, any museum would have loved to take it, so it doesn't really make sense.
And it's just like, you know, the greatest accomplishment in all of mankind. It's just the moon.
Sure.
So you would think you might want to keep it.
Yep.
You think it would have been just like there would have been stewards that would have been protecting this information through the for the last 50 years. You know, it would have been stewarded in a museum. It would have been updated from technology to technology. It would have been data banks built for it. It would have been put on, you know what, that seed bank where is it, in Iceland or wherever, they would have had a vault built for it. You'd think all this stuff would have been done, but I mean,
since the three letters have a lot of things stored, obviously as classified information, you would think that somebody might think it's important enough to keep it around and store it. I don't know. It's just another oddity, just another weirdness to this whole story.
Either that or the U.S. is a cowboy country. You're all cowboys.
Really, I don't know. I was a believer growing up in this landing. I was a believer in the whole thing until relatively recent. I'd say probably in the last 10 years, because somebody came up and showed a picture of the intersecting shadows on the moon, and then said, "How does this work?" And that's all it took. I'd never thought about it before. Sort of like if somebody said, "What's that extension cord for?" and you never bothered to look at it. But once you see it, you go, "What's that? What is that? What is it? I don't know. What is that?" So, yeah.
For me, I remember a show called The Night Stalker with Darren McGavin. in the 70s, and it was this late night show. It's fantastic, and there'd be a monster, you know, and he was a reporter who'd go hunting it, right? And then I watched that, and then as I grew up, it changed to X-Files, which was basically the same show, but now there was Mulder and Scully instead of a reporter. It just seemed to me this conspiracy was similar in that it drifted in and out of the consciousness of people up until the internet went not mainstream. What do we call the internet now? I mean, the internet is I don't know what you call it now. I don't know, but 2000, the internet wasn't what it was. 2010, the internet wasn't what it is today. But as soon as the internet became overreaching, is that a word I could use? Far-reaching.
Sure.
Then certain elements get scrubbed. Is that what
Universal.
you're referring to?
Yeah. Then certain things change, and we could reference these things at the drop of with a move of the mouse. We can delve into these rabbit holes. So it's much easier to have them at the forefront of public consciousness, of the collective societal.
Yes, and you're right, because in the 60s, when the moon landing occurred, you basically had ABC, NBC, CBS, at least in this country, and you didn't have people discussing it on the internet. So if you had a contrary conclusion, where did it go? So most people were believing it happened, and they moved on in life. They just accepted it, and there was no discussion because there was no platform for discussion. Dissenting discussion. So yeah,
unless you had
That's
one
why
of those.
I'd love to go back in time and find out from my uncle, how did you know it? What made you say this? You know?
Yeah, I mean, the only discussion they had would have been over what's that melted cheese that they used to eat in the 70s, and they had it. You get the cheese and what is it? Fondue, a fondue party. They would have, and someone half pissed on 4 bottles of wine would have said, "Oh bullshit, we didn't." And they wouldn't have even said it. Cultural things that were dropped straight away as they happened. That's why there was such a push for the new back in those days. Today we tend to relish what we have. We tend to look back on the past and bring it forward. You know, the postmodern idea where we love the old things as much as back then. There was this: if something came, it happened, it went away, it was gone the next day, and then on, it just moved forward. But today we seem to dwell upon things that happen, you know. So it seems like for 40 years it was sort of just there and thereabouts, these kind of concepts, but now there is a platform. Fondue, is it Swizz? Yeah, right. I mean, it was
the really crappy stuff is like Velveeta. They have that thing here in the States, I think. Is that right, Tommy? I don't eat cheese.
Belvita. I thought that was like a cookie.
Am I losing my mind? Is there not a Velveeta cheese? I don't know. Now I got to Google it.
I just Googled it, and Belvita is a cookie.
No, Velveeta cheese.
Velveeta? I thought you said Belvita.
No, V with a V like Victor.
Yeah, there's also a Velveeta cheese. Yes. I don't know. I never had that.
Neither. I remember my sister when I was a kid liked cheese, and she would actually even eat that stuff. Terrible.
How did you eat it? I can't even remember. What did you do with it?
You sliced it and put it on crackers. You sliced it and put it on bread. However people eat cheese, it's
Didn't
nasty
they have a fondue
stuff.
thing? No, but the fondue thing, you had a fondue set, and it sat in the middle of the table. What did you dip in it?
I thought fondue was like the stuff that was on top of whatever it was, and it got cooked. and it was a something fondue.
No,
There's
you had
restaurants that have fondue.
layers
It's
of
like where you put something on a skewer or a toothpick, and you
Yeah,
let
that's it.
cheese sauce or whatever go on it.
Yeah.
It's nasty.
I've never had that.
No, I don't. I never want to. If I was on the moon, I might like it.
Well, if you're on the moon, you're desperate. You're gonna just you have to eat what's available. You know, beggars can't be choosers on the moon. It's the way it is.
So, can I ask another question, Doc?
Absolutely.
Where are we now with the US space program and this discussion of going back, sending another mission out to the moon? What? Because it's been mentioned. Yeah.
They keep talking about with every administration, they keep talking about sending astronauts back to the moon, don't they? I mean, well, at least the ones I remember. I think I remember George Bush mentioning it. I definitely remember Obama mentioning it, and that was in the clip. And I definitely remember President Trump mentioning it. And that's in the clip. It wasn't played that far, but it's in the clip. So, I mean, it's been discussed as something that's important and it needs to happen. And it's just baiting everybody because it'll never happen.
Why am I getting laughed at? US space program? Is it? Am I wrong? NASA space program.
What are they arguing that you're wrong about?
I'm just saying. Patrick's laughing at it. You still have a space program, don't you?
Well, some people say that the NASA program has been largely defunded compared to where it was in the 60s and 70s, and even when you brought up the Skylab. So the argument is it was better funded in those days.
Well, now we have SpaceX too.
And you got space Marines, not Space Marines. What do you got?
Space Force.
Space Force.
Space Force.
I don't know what the fuck they do, but we have them.
But I still argue that, with technology improved, even if we weren't spending massive monies, with technology improving as it has, we should at least be able to send some probes up there reliably, right? Without having to have a celebration about it. I mean, I'm just saying 50 years later, it should be routine to be sending probes up, even if you say, well, sending astronauts up is going to be very expensive. But certainly we've broken through in terms of technology to send up probes.
Well, Patrick brings up this idea of privatization, which is interesting. Is it smart for the government to use privatization as a way of saving money? I mean, let these idiots like Elon spend their money for a while.
Well, I'm not really sure if it's drastically different compared to what was done with, say, the Apollo mission, where you had individual contractors basically making bids and getting hired to do these things.
No, but
because in the end, I mean, it was
got to come in on
private.
budget. They got to come in on budget. Elon just pours money. He just pours more money into it as he
I mean, but NASA did the same thing. It ran over budget.
Yeah, but there's over budget and there's pouring money, throwing money out the window. That's two different things. Running a company into the ground over it, We've seen the cost cutting in Tesla. We know that there's cost cutting going on. We know that Tesla's got massive problems, and we know what happened the other day with Tesla. So we know Elon's on he's ranting his way in the back room to oblivion.
You mean the other day when the stock cratered because sales have dropped because people don't like Elon's political position?
His cars aren't that great. They keep catching fire as well.
Oh, but that's been happening for a while.
Yeah, but they catch fire all the time.
Also, the whole thing about autonomous driving is that's a load of crap.
And the
it's
other
getting
car
people
company,
killed.
the Chinese car companies have come in now, and they've got like cheaper product.
Well, especially when the car companies can lose money on each car, then they can really afford to make it cheaper.
Yeah, it's state
Yeah.
supported, state propping them up. That's right.
So it becomes a problem. But
I mean, I'm
even
not anti-Elon. I'm not anti-Elon in any way. I think he's a guy that's gone and done what he wanted to do, and I think that's fantastic. All power
Yep.
to him.
and you know, if you're one of the richest men in the world, you have to throw your money away somehow.
Yeah, that's right. Better to throw it away in the way he's done it than throw it away on fucking paintings and drugs and sex tours to islands and shit like this. You know.
I don't know what you're trying to say there. Are you trying to make some sort of insinuations? Are you trying to say there's a problem with going to an island or something?
Oh, that list. Oh, my God.
Clinton is my sister's favorite president, and she gets really mad when I do an impression of him, because it's I'm not being kind. She says, not being kind.
A while ago, there seemed to be that there was talk like, what was it? Not hydrogen. What's that very rare element on the moon? They were thinking of going after. I can't remember what it was.
Electric accordium.
I thought you were going to say moon hoaxium.
Moon hoaxium. Unobtainium. And the other question was the water on the moon's issue. If they could get up there, they found water on the moon. They could get up there. They could set up a moon base. So that's the next discussion. Yes, a moon base. So
in theory, we should already have them, shouldn't we?
Well, we should.
50 years. Look at. I remember seeing like old magazine covers from the 50s and 60s from Popular Mechanics, where you would see all this activity on the moon. And that's because we had a space program where we were going to go to the moon. That's before we even got there. They were, envisioning all this stuff happening by the turn of the century on the moon. None of it happened.
None of it. Not even flying cars.
Nope, flying cars didn't happen either. Nah. So, I mean, that's why I brought up the Wright brothers and that sort of analogy. You could also bring up the automobile. Same thing. Looking at automobile in its infancy, and then 50 years later, it was almost unrecognizable.
So
and then 50 years after that, again, it's unrecognizable when you compare two. It's progress the way it normally would occur. So
the question is, why did it slow down?
Especially when we made it there with unproven technology on the first try.
Yeah, and they even played golf. It must have been something to do with Cheers. That sucked. That show at times. Something went on in the 80s that just slowed the progress of. Something went on that changed what the outcomes were supposed to be.
What do the three-letter agencies have to say about that? Anything?
No comment.
Sounds like he's gonna I knew pretty much you were gonna say nope, not saying anything. I knew it.
Pavel's talking about Green Room's war chart. You remember that?
Oh, that was a
That's
masterpiece.
right. Oliver North. Yeah.
Those are good times.
Iran Contra.
TW.
Am I right that Narc likes to call you Ringo?
Oh, today he does. He's angry with me because I was angry with him. He's upset that I would dare push back against the things he does at times that I find a bit ridiculous.
I can't
Well, it
believe
sounds
you
like
would
a
dare either.
compliment. It sounds like a compliment if he's calling you Ringo, right?
Yeah, but he hates the Beatles.
Well, but at the same time, I mean, it sounds like he's comparing your drumming to Ringo Starr.
A white-knighted jock. Yeah. I was called upon to do a bit of white knighting, and I have no issue with doing that. I think, do we have to go down this road? Why am I on this road? Thanks, Narc. Yeah, no, look, in all seriousness, we've got to look after everybody in the Archieverse. At times, people get a little bit upset about things. Jose
Yeah, like
Carreras.
Ryan, you call him a weirdo and he turns into a whack job.
It's like me. You call me a fat fuck, and I get upset and cry. Yeah. I go put on my Portland t-shirt and look for crappy luxury stream.
He hasn't streamed in a while.
Crappy if you're out there. I've got a Portland t-shirt. Portland, Oregon. Cool things happen in Oregon.
Does it have feces on it?
Jose Carreras, Pete Best. See, that's hurtful.
That's an interesting point. Does Narc really hate the Beatles? I mean, what's up with that? It's kind of weird.
He's got his knickers in a knot. Knickers in a knot. Well, I mean, we all get our knickers in a knot.
Yes,
don't
we do.
Yeah.
So, gentlemen, what do you say? Do you think we've exhausted the topic, or do we have?
Probably.
Have we? I'm actually going through my notes, and I think we've covered all the points. It's just I could kick myself for not having the video clip where they're in their conference talking about the stars. But you know what?
I put it in the chat like an hour ago.
You put
Stars.
The private chat.
A clip of the press conference where they're talking about the stars?
Yeah.
Well, why don't we play it?
You're casting aspersions.
You were talking about
aspersions.
some women I've never heard of.
Elizabeth Montgomery. Don't send us back. Oh,
why don't you just go
we got
look her up,
sidetracked.
man? Just look her up.
I need. Yeah, go look her up. Yeah.
Look at Mookie.
She was right up there with. I have to say, one of my all-time favorites was
Audrey Hepburn.
Audrey Hepburn, yes.
See, look at that.
Yeah, it's a beautiful song. She sings in
Who?
Moon River.
Oh yes,
Beautiful film. Beautiful.
I have to
film.
confess, I don't know if she actually sang that or if it was dubbed.
No, I think she sung it. She sung it, and they wanted to take it. They wanted to take it out because it wasn't very well done. Like, as in a great singer.
It wasn't a professional singer.
Yeah, right.
And
she, yeah, right. And she said, "No way, no." She was very forward, and I guess that's the honesty and the truthfulness behind her performance. It just shined through. Beautiful, and that was a change.
Her first time on film was Roman Holiday with Gregory Peck.
Film. Yeah,
right?
Great film. Yeah,
and I was watching an interview of Gregory Peck, and they were talking about how gracious he was to have her build along with himself, because she was a newcomer. No one really knew her, right? And he said, actually, he was a really nice guy. Everybody said he was a nice guy, Gregory Peck. But he's like, well, I wasn't being nice as much as I was.
Hello, you're live to air. You're live to air.
Who?
Drop the fucking link, you fat fuck.
All right, I'll drop the link. I've got to drop the link.
Yeah.
Oh boy.
I'm in trouble now. See. Right. Right. Okay.
Before you give him the link, can we play the clip? Can you still hear me, Angelic? I know Narc is talking, but
You're barely Ringo.
Can you?
I'm barely
hear me?
Ringo.
You guys are struggling. Just drop the fucking link. This is ridiculous.
Before you drop the link, Angelic, I want you to play Tommy's clip.
I'm playing the clip.
Then you can.
Wait, I'm playing the clip. Where's the clip?
Tommy, can you post the clip again so he can find it?
It's right there. It's up, 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 up.
This is pathetic. Tommy. You know the problem. You don't know what it's.
You know what? We're gonna have to
We
play it
never said,
again because
"Oh,
all I hear is
gosh,
Narc.
maybe this is getting. I think of all the things that happened on Apollo 11, there were so many of them. I always regard the flight to and from the moon as like a long and fragile daisy.
That doesn't look
chain
like
of
the link I
events.
sent.
But the one that I think that is
Yeah.
the unanimous favorite of most space crews.
I'm
is
dropping
when you
it.
See those 3 parachutes open.
Don't drop it
Wow,
until
up
we see
until
the
then,
clip.
You thought you were coming home, but you couldn't be 100% sure of it. But you see those beautiful parachutes on top of the
Okay, it's
Apollo
dropped.
command module, and you say, "Whoosh! Here we go. It's okay." Well,
He
certainly,
dropped
the 3 of us were keenly aware of the dangers involved, but it was not something that we talked about. We never said, "Oh gosh, maybe this is getting too dangerous. We shouldn't do it." That was
Is he going to
way
talk about
back
the
in some
stars?
obscure dark corner of our mind, and we had more important things to do, if not more important, more immediate things to take care of. Well, I don't know how poignant the view was, but it was certainly an impressive view. You know, that tiny little silver sliver that lives up above my backyard had been replaced by a gigantic 3-dimensional bulbous thing that was almost trying to push its way into our window. The sun was coming from behind.
Doc, just so you know, I don't
was-
think this was the
sun's
link I
rays
sent.
were cascading around the rim.
It doesn't
and
look like
gave
it.
a
That's why I asked you to
wonderful
send it again.
illumination, accentuating the high.
I don't know what Angelic clicked on.
Hey, no. It says. Oh, I've got it. It says.
Can you just send the link
Hello.
again?
Michael Collins, Neil Armstrong, NASA stars, space. But that's what I clicked on.
What the fuck is this self-indulgent crap? Do this on a private stream. You know how long you guys went way too long. This could be done. This is 4 hours too long.
Well, you can just watch it at double speed, Narc.
No, I got people messaging me saying, "Look, do something here. This is fucking torture." This is how addicted they are. They need their fix, but this is
You
torturous.
weren't supposed to tell them about that
Right?
message.
For fuck's sake, even Tommy messaging me saying, "You got to stop this." Ringo thinks he's fucking John Lennon.
Oh, now he's gone.
He kicked off Angelic immediately.
Oh, I see.
I've got no keys.
Now he's in control.
Right? Seriously, you think he's fucking John Lennon, Paul McCartney now? I built.
Which
You know the
one?
problem is I built him up and I've created a fucking monster here. Oh, Elon Musk.
Herman Munster.
You play my fucking drums.
Boom, boom.
Don't give a shit about your drums.
You know, his last movie role was My Cousin Vinny.
Blacklight D.
Patrick, you're the one who messaged me. Look at Patrick in the chat. Not all streams need to be entertaining. He's the one who messaged me. You gotta stop this. He's the one who messaged me, little cunt.
And
And the fact that you guys think you're too good to drop the link.
He just
Cody
posted
messaged
it.
me because they won't even drop the link.
He just posted
Now
it.
Cody has
for
to spend
you,
time with his fucking family. That's disgusting.
He just posted it, Angelic. You see it?
And what's going to happen now? Kurt has spent quality time in Willows. He doesn't need that. He doesn't want that. He's like Archie. He wants to travel overseas. Archie films. He's like transporting his home life to another country. Kurt is the same. He wants to stream. He wants to be on every stream. No, he's upset because he's been shut out from the Blondie stream. There's been a coup there. Now, I'm happy to jump off, and you guys can continue this crap.
Who are you?
Can you go? So, Angelic, do you see the last link from Tommy? It's got a link from express.co.uk.
Yeah, that's the one I played. That's the one I bought up.
No.
Read Ryan's comments. Pull up that.
I don't.
Now, some got case on.
Ryan's a psycho.
Oh, hang on. All right. I've got you.
Is it possible that Narc is Ryan's? Or Ryan's is Narc?
No, Narc's not that stupid.
Cuckoo. I really want to know. Michael Collins says he didn't see any stars. Let's play it.
There it is.
See how that looks
That's
a little
the press
different now,
conference.
Angelic?
Oh,
we do the sound though.
Doing my best.
The optics. I don't recall. We were never able to see stars from the lunar surface or on the daylight side of the moon by eye without looking through the optics. I don't recall during the period of time that we were photographing the solar corona what stars we could see. I don't remember seeing any.
Neil, you were a little bit concerned, you said, about stubbing your toe.
Hey, Curly's here.
Don't you dare fall for these. Where did fucking little cunt go? Don't you dare
He
fall
ran
for
away.
his little psychological parlor tricks. Fantastic fucking stream tonight, boys. Angelic, you took fucking C, maybe B grade minus at best, and fucking elevated the whole panel to A grade. Do you see how the narc psychological bullshit works, Angelic?
Yeah.
First, I want to say
you don't need
I
it. Hey, look it. You could take crappy luxury, talk about fucking guitars for 4 hours, and elevate everybody to A grade. You see that Jonesin stuttering fucking fuck like he's running for his last crack rock of the night? Did you hear him? Did you hear him, Jonesin? Give me the link. Give me the link. I know it's there. Light it up. Give me the link.
First, I have to say,
Little
Curly.
pussy.
I have to say,
desperate
Curly,
little
thank you.
pussy.
I think for
This is why you don't have the
compliment, I
keys,
think.
Dark. You desperate little bit. You see, you dropped Angelic, and don't drop 4 links. That's desperation. You should have made the fucker beg. You should have told him, no, Narc, beg. Let me hear you beg. Let me hear you ask me without stuttering to drop you the link. That's what you should have asked him, Angelic.
Oh, I think I was also supposed to tell you, Angelic, that Narc wanted a link before the show started. He wanted to be included. And he wanted the link. I'm sorry, I forgot
Doc,
to tell you.
must have slipped your mind.
It slipped my mind as I was supposed
I
to
swear
tell
I
you.
didn't see that comment.
Tommy, did you hear the desperation?
No, he told me. He told me last night when we finished the show last night. I'm sorry, Narc. I forgot. Sorry, I honestly forgot.
Did you hear that desperation? Oh, that was delicious.
Oh man.
Mookie says he wants a link for Liz Montgomery, and I bet he does.
Oh, right now he's searching for any live stream that'll fucking give him a link. Anything. He's jonesing so fucking bad, poor guy. Fucking cruise ship is docked. No audience.
I'm literally at the buffet. I'm not this guy again. Fuck. You turn around, he just walks on stage. Oh no.
Exactly. I mean, he's sitting there, and then the manager walks by and says, "Hey, there ain't nobody here." Oh, I'm practicing. Fucking guy. That was fucking. You should have made him beg, Angelic. I would have made him beg a little bit. You should have made him beg a little bit. Where did he go to stuttering fuck? Did you kick him? I missed it.
No, I think he saw you hop on.
As soon as he saw you come in, he had to leave.
What a puss.
I'm sure it was just a coincidence, though.
You see what he did? He this is the psychological parlor trip. There's always, after 3 to 4 hours of one topic, Angelic, the audience always drops below 70.
Oh,
then as soon as you
golly
guys
gee.
would change or you'd open up the panel, it'll pick back up. So he waits at these opportune moments, like a snake waiting for a fucking guppy. You see who's this?
And let me just tell you another painful part, Angelic. You might already know this, but she only liked older men.
Oh, that's what
Well, that's good for Angelic for sure.
it works.
I like that.
When I say older, I mean like, I don't know,
Is there
15
anything
or 20
sexier
years
than
older.
a fucking 90? Look at that.
I don't know. She's just gorgeous.
She needs some stockings that would make the package real nice.
There are sometimes she went that way, sometimes she didn't.
Mookie, wasn't that pathetic? Just so he could get $33 and invoice fucking Archie, give him a screenshot. Look, Archie.
Denver.
I was on the panel, Archie. I helped them, Archie. I was pulling up clips for Doc, Archie.
She was hot at 20. She was hot at 30. She was
So
hot
maybe
at 40.
Narc had a
she was
point.
hot
Looks
at
like you guys lost gas. Doc's the only one that's got gas left in the tank.
His edibles are keeping him going.
I need
And
those.
Liz there too.
Here's what you
I
do.
mean,
Hey, fuck, I can't do it. Here's what you got to do. Hang on a second. I can't do it. I'm on an unfamiliar device. Hang on a second. Ah, fuck it. Tommy, time him out for 10 seconds, would you?
And Captain Kirk is
Let him
right.
beg. Let that bitch beg. Don't give him a hit. Don't give him a hit.
Captain Kirk is
Time that
right. They
little
don't
bitch
make
out.
nightgowns like that anymore. Owie, owie.
Fuck, I feel like Narc now. I feel inappropriate. See you guys.
All right.
Okay, we're shutting this baby down. I'm gonna thank everybody that was here today. This was a good stream. And so let's go through the super chats. Embark, thank you for the starting us off with a couple of super chats. Wonderful. OG baby girl. Embark. Wow, look at that. Oh, that's unbelievable.
100
Thank
pounds.
you.
Thank you,
Yeah,
Embark.
that's 300 Aussie. Captain Kirk, thank you. Madman. Man, always great to see you. MJo? I don't know. MJo. Thank you, MJo. Mr. GMT, thanks for wanking. Madman again, thank you. Madman again, thank you for supporting us. The Undertaker, hey, thank you, Undertaker. Pavel, thank you very much, Pavel. Toyotomo, thank you. Extension cords, that was funny. That was cool. I like that. And thank you very much for the super chats. And thank you very much to Doc and Tommy for running this. It's been a great show.
Actually, thank you for having us as you were running it, because you were certainly the captain of this ship.
Yep. Thanks for pulling up all our videos, Angelic. Big help.
Thank you. That was a pleasure. It's always a pleasure to stream with you guys. Thank you, Narc, for jumping on and phoning in. I love getting the phone in from Narc. Thank you, Curly, for popping by, and thank you, chat, for having interest for this 5 hours of fucking.
You know, I know it's been 5 hours, but it truly feels only like 3.
Yeah, I agree with that.
Yeah, it was good. It was good. It was a great stream. There's some things that I just hadn't seen, so I thank you, Doc and Tommy, for that. I just hadn't seen some of those things, and I've looked at a lot of stuff. But look, it was a great stream. We're going to end this, and you can go where who's streaming now? Is it?
We're not doing any more links, are we? Are we sending a link to someone? I don't
think we know how, do we?
Well, Lux was asking as if he was going to start his show up, but I think he wanted us to keep going until he started his
Marcelo's
show.
on, but I don't know if I feel like linking to that.
I don't think Archie would approve.
No.
Remember, Marcelo is going to London, so if you want to support Marcelo's London voyage, he's going as he's going to be in the collector's corner as a collector.
Oh, really?
Marcelo is going. I'd love to go, but I don't have enough money. It's like $4,000 to get myself and Mrs. Angelic to London. It's just out of our range. Unless, of course, I drop my link in the chat and everyone super chats me shitloads of money, which I'll just do quickly now.
All it takes is one super fan. That's all
one
it takes.
super fan. Imagine if it was Mrs. Imagine if Imagine if you got a fan like Elizabeth Montgomery, like back in the day. Wow.
Like I said, she was hot at 20, at 30, at 40, when she was 50. She died way too early from, I think, colon cancer or something like that. She was gorgeous right up until.
Nazi bases, yes. Project Captain, what was his name? Oh shit. Yeah, anyway, Antarctic Nazi bases. Look, what is the next topic? Is there a next topic? Do we do another one? Will there be another one?
There will be
figure out a
another
topic.
one.
We'll figure out a topic.
Yeah. Yeah.
We've had some good suggestions. I know Ron is interested in everything from Epstein to UFOs, stuff like that.
UFOs.
I know Mookie likes the Vegas shooting. Obviously, 9/11 is a big one. Iraq, that's kind of looped together. There's so many topics.
Yeah.
I used to have video on the Vegas shooting, and unfortunately, my laptop was stolen. I hope I don't get in trouble for that. There's a lot of bizarre and weird footage about that whole Vegas thing, I gotta say.
Stephen, what was his name? Stephen. Fuck him.
Some rich guy who somehow got like how many guns in his room? It's
Got
crazy.
him up through security.
Hard to believe.
I don't even think they know the motive.
And then was it his girlfriend that was helping, or I don't remember how that worked.
I don't know.
There was a woman involved.
Really?
Yeah. There was a woman involved. Behind every great man, right?
Right.
So that's actually an interesting topic, because even though it's relatively recent history, I've forgotten a lot of it.
Well, we can look at picking one of these topics for the next one. I'd like to thank everyone that was involved with this, especially Narc.
Thank you for the generous super chatting out there.
Yeah. Thank you.
Bark was great. Pavel, Totemo. Thank you.
Thanks.
Madman.
We'll pick an outro there, Angelic, and I guess that'll be it.
Yeah, I'll play the outro. Thank you for. I got a couple of super chats. Also, I'd like to thank those that sent me a couple of PayPals. It really does help me, and I will be spending it on watches.
And that's all that's important.
That's all that's important, because I'm a child of the digital age. I'm a child of the digital age. Where is this?
I should have mentioned this at the beginning of the show. My Speedmaster Professional man on the movie set, that was stolen, and now I have a First Omega in space. That's a far more legitimate watch, and I love it. It's actually much easier to wear on a 7-inch wrist. It is a First Omega in space, and clearly, what was his name? Shira, the astronaut who retired just before the Apollo things. Imagine that. But yeah, he really did go into space, and he really did wear a 2998, and it's a great watch.
And I'm just getting this up for us so we can sort this out. Whoa, where am I? Oh, the modules are freaking me out as I do this. Share screen. I'm going to share this. I'm going to share that.
Pavel, you can let Archie know that he got a couple $100 in super chat. How about that? Does that seem reasonable?
One time, Angelic and I streamed, and he did make a lot, and Narc ran to Archie to tell him. It was like over $1,000 or something.
Yeah,
that's even better.
Yeah.
That's even better. 1,000.
Yeah, tell Archie 1,000. I made $1,000 today.
Yeah, that's a good number. 1,000.
Yeah, that's good money. Yeah, I mean, I can go buy a decent watch for that. Oh, yeah. I saw that Amiga. What is it called? The Casiotron. That's right, the Casiotron release. 50 years anniversary Casiotron. $1,000. Beautiful digital watch. I shouldn't mention digital watches, but I did.
Well,
Thank you, everyone.
Like digital, it fulfilled its place at the time.
Well, I was a child of that age, you know. That's what I got when I was 10, you know. Oh,
Yeah.
digital watch, you know. It's like amazing.
They were expensive when they first came out. They were expensive.
They were. Thank you, everyone. Bye.
Thank you.